From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to be looking at the top end on our 2006 Kawasaki KLX 110. When I went to pick this one up, well, first start, it was smoking heavily. Brought it home, and guess what? It's still got an issue. So this is not going away. This week? So it's up to us. Mr. Michael Sabo come spend a few days with us. The primary purpose was to pick up not one, not two, but 4 different units for a couple of different projects that he's gonna cook up on his channel. And by the way, if you haven't already seen his channel, go check it out, like and subscribe. Really great presenter with some fun content. Go check him out.
Thanks, John.
So what did you think of our little studio over here?
It was, I wasn't expecting it to be what it is. It's, a lot of times when you go to see something, it doesn't quite live up to what it looks like on camera. Mm-hmm. It's usually smaller and it just looks different. And if anything, it was actually the opposite. It's pretty big in here. I know you said it was 30 by 80?
Somewhere in that neighborhood,
It's
yes.
pretty big. Like for doing power sports projects, you got more than enough. And I was really impressed with the camera equipment and just like the lighting and everything and how you guys have it set up. It's super professional.
How about on the other side of the wall?
On the other side of the wall, you know, they showed me the distribution center and it's pretty overwhelming. I used to be a forklift tech, so when we would go service these forklifts, you know, I got to see a lot of warehouses, and I saw some pretty impressive ones. And there was some stuff here that I've never seen at the other ones, some state-of-the-art technology that I don't know if I can really get into that on here, but you guys really would have to see it to believe how sophisticated it is. And there's a reason that they can get orders out. Didn't you say in 2 minutes and 30 seconds is like the fastest?
The fastest from the time the order came in to when it went on one of the trucks, 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. So when you hit enter on placing your order, 2 minutes and 40 seconds later, it was on an 18-wheeler.
Yes.
That's hard to believe.
Well, but we can prove it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, after seeing the operation, you can see why they can do it that quick. And it's pretty spectacular. So I'm very thankful and I feel very privileged to be able to be here. And
well, we enjoyed having you here and looking forward to doing some more projects with you.
Yeah, John also made a really good steak last night. You know, I got the full service. Like it was really awesome being here and they treated me really nice and just really happy to be, you know, affiliated with you guys. You guys are pretty awesome.
Well, it's a good partnership. We love the fact that you're part of our team as well. Even though you're independent, we consider you a Partzilla guy.
All right.
All right, kids. Well, I'm going to let him drive back. He's got 1,000 miles and like 18 hours to get back home, so he's going to head out on us. Otherwise, he would have been with us for the live. So we decided to do this real quick, just instead. So, dude, appreciate everything.
Thanks, John.
We'll see you out there.
And thanks, Tracy, behind the camera.
All right, guys, now let's get to it. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. And as you can tell, I've been doing a little bit of work to our 2003 Honda Rancher 350. Now, if you know anything about the Honda Rancher series, you know that these things are basically bulletproof, as long as you maintain them properly. This one, it's been maintained haphazardly, to say the least. I want to show you a little problem that the back end is having right now. Now, as you can see in here, we're having a bit of an issue with the rear swing arm bearings. Now, let's be honest. This is a preventable condition that we've let this machine slide into. Now, granted, she's over 20 years old, but with a little bit of application of grease and maybe keeping up with the tolerances on the rear end, that would save us from having to pull it completely apart and then replace basically everything on the inside because it's going to be worn out. Now, the one thing all ATVs have in common is they're going to have a swing arm of some design and pivot points. The Honda, they do it a little bit differently on this particular model, where they've got pivot points on the outside of the frame that go into the bearings. well, most units, they've got an axle that goes all the way through both bearings and it just has a bolt and a nut on the other side. But one thing that they all have in common with is they're going to have some type of dust seal or grease seal, and then they're going to have the bearings that need to be greased. And just like you would on any standard trailer, you need to keep that up on a regimented schedule. Otherwise, you're going to drown out the bearings and then eventually it's going to fail. And that's exactly what's happened here. So do yourself a favor. Go ahead and pull it apart far enough to at least inject some fresh grease in there. Otherwise, you're going to be faced with what I'm going to have to do, which is basically remove the entire swing arm, extract that bearing, replace it, grease it, and then put it back together. You don't believe me? Watch. I don't know how much was on that, but it was a lot. Yeah. Not looking too good, is it? Oh, wow. There's not a nut back here. Well, there's a nut back here, but it's me. Now that doesn't look very healthy, does it? All right, guys, now this is the real trick of this video. 90% of the work that you just saw could have been avoided if we just did this to either side. Watch. Don't let it drop. All right, guys, all you would have to do is remove one pivot point at a time, put a grease gun in, all the way back, give it 2 or 3 good pumps, and then release. Well, all right, guys, there you go. That one little preventative maintenance tip could have made this bearing last a whole lot longer and saved yourself a whole lot of time. Now, regardless of what kind of swing arm setup you have, pull it apart and grease it as long as they're not sealed bearings. Anything short of that, you should be able to get some new grease in there and extend the life, because as you can see, pulling out the races and installing a new bearing, well, it's a bit of work that can be avoided by simply doing some easy maintenance. Well, listen, if you need these or any other parts or tools for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. For right now, I got to get back to work. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. You know, there's really only two reasons you change out your sprockets. The first, of course, is when they're worn out, and the other is when you're looking for some sort of performance advantage. Maybe you're looking to get more of a hole shot, or you're looking for more top end. So today, we're going to talk about how to choose your sprocket for your motorcycle depending on what you're looking for. So if you're ready, let's go. Okay guys, up front, if you're changing sprockets because they're worn, change both of them at the same time. I mean, they wear at the same rate. So if you're seeing it on one end, you're going to find it on the other. Now also, it's a good idea to change your chain at the same time, since all that stuff interacts and wears together. In fact, as you can see, you can buy kits that include both sprockets and the chain. Now, if you're just replacing for wear and aren't looking for a specific feature, they're going to end up being cheaper than buying the components individually. Now, as you can see, Vortex, Regina, and DID make aftermarket kits to fit several applications, and we've got a whole bunch of those on Partzilla.com. Now, even if you're making the change for performance reasons, you might still need to replace the chain. And honestly, it's probably a good idea no matter what, unless it's brand new. Depending on the size of your new sprocket, you might get another chain anyway, since the different size sprockets may change the length of the chain and be required to keep the correct tension. Now, it doesn't make sense to buy new sprockets for some sort of performance benefit and then give it all back because the chain isn't properly adjusted. So, what specifically are you looking for in the new sprocket? If you're looking to drop weight, then that's probably going to mean going from steel to aluminum. Now, the one thing that you need to keep in mind is the aluminum sprockets, well, they're going to be lighter, but they're going to wear out a lot quicker. Now, there is a middle ground. In some of the aftermarket steel sprockets, they are lighter than the OEM steel. So you might get enough change going that route versus going with an aluminum sprocket that will give up a lot quicker. Now, on to the size. There are really two measurements that work together to indicate how the chain and sprockets will interact. First, you have the pitch. On the chain, that is the distance between the chain pins, and on the sprocket, it's the distance between the sprocket's teeth. The second measurement, of course, is the width. And on a chain, that's the distance between the plates, which is determined by the length of the rollers inside of the chain. And on the sprockets, the width is the distance between the inner and outer face of the sprocket's teeth. To get everything to work right, the pitch on the chain and the sprocket need to match, and the same on the width. It all has to match up exactly. So, most motorcycle chains are going to be one of three sizes: a 520, a 525, or a 530. Now, they're all going to have the same pitch, 15.88 millimeters, but they differ in width. The 520 has 6.35 millimeter width, the 525 has a 7.85, and the 530 has even thicker with 9.53 millimeters on its width. Now, it stands to reason the bigger, wider 530 chain is going to be stronger, and that's what you'll find on the bigger sport bikes, since they have to handle a lot more power. But here's the thing, some riders will drop down a chain size from the 530 all the way down to the 520 because the chains are lighter. But that also means you need to change sprockets to accommodate that smaller chain. But here's the catch. That smaller chain is going to stretch and wear out a little quicker than the bigger chain that handles the loads a little better, which is why those big bikes come spec'd with a bigger chain to start with. Now, picking the ratio, there's a little bit of math in that, and if you're not careful, you can end up overdoing it one direction or another. The ratio is just an indication of how many times the front sprocket has to turn to get the rear sprocket to turn completely. All you have to do is divide the number of teeth on the front into the number of teeth on the back. So, say you have a 17-tooth front and a 45-tooth rear. 17 into 45 equals 2.65. So, that's your ratio. Now, the higher that ratio gets, the more you're moving into something that has more bottom end and acceleration but gives up the top end, since that higher number is telling you something about RPMs. If it takes a lot of turns for that front sprocket to turn the back, then you're twisting higher RPMs and you're just going to run out of the power band. On the other hand, a lower number won't get you off the line as quick, but it'll give you more top end since it's going to turn the rear sprocket more efficiently. And you don't need to change the number of teeth on both ends to get results. Just going up or down one tooth on the back won't do much, but on average, going up or down one tooth on the front is like going up or down 3 teeth in the back, which changes the math a whole lot more. So if you're doing just a fine tune, just change the back. But if you need to do a big swing, well, you need to start up at the front sprocket. One type of adjustment a lot of people make is to say go 1 tooth down on the front and 2 teeth up in the back. That will give you a little better acceleration and will get you off corners a little bit quicker. Other people might switch to smaller front and rear sprockets while keeping the same ratio, just to shave a little weight. Now, what is all this going to do to the motor? Smaller front sprockets have to deal with more force and they're going to wear quicker, and that also puts a strain on the engine. But if you can change to a lower ratio, maybe on a cruiser for example, you get a little bit better fuel mileage since you get the same speed for fewer RPMs. Well, all right guys, that's the basics. Lower ratios get you a higher top end, higher ratios get you a whole shot, and keep your chain and sprockets matched up. Well listen, if you need chain sprockets or anything else for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. You know, your ATV or side-by-side can get you to a lot of places, well, let's face it, that most other machines, well, they just can't. Their small size and usually short wheelbase can get you to a long way off the beaten path. And your tires, well, they play a huge part in that. So let's say you're in the market for some new tires. Maybe you want something more aggressive, something maybe a bigger diameter. And well, let's face it, there are a lot of different options. So what do all those numbers that are printed on the sidewalls actually mean for your machine? Well, if you're ready, I'll walk you through it. So let's go. Okay, so you've gotten online, hopefully at Partzilla, and you start looking at tires. You might see the tire sizes represented in 2 ways that look a little bit different. First thing you need to do is figure out if you're looking at a standard or metric tire size. Now let's walk through the standard sizing format first. Now that's going to say something like we have here, which is a 27x11 R14, or it could say 27x11x14. Now the way standard sizing is set up is pretty straightforward. It just is 3 measurements in inches to represent the 3 different dimensions of the tire. The first one, 27 inches. That is basically your outside diameter of your tire. Now on your machine, that is going to be from the bottom of the tire to the top of the tire, usually up under your fender if you have fenders. Now the second number, in this case 11, that's going to tell you the width of the tire tread across the tire. So that's from here to here. And that last number, 14, well, that 14 inches is the diameter of the rim that the tire fits on. So across the inside of the opening of the tire where it mounts to the wheel itself. So that's standard sizing. The metric sizing, well, it's a little trickier and actually involves some math. So let's take a look at that. Now, let's be honest, there aren't a lot of these, and you're typically going to find them, well, probably on your trailer more than you're going to find them on an ATV or a side-by-side. But just in case you run into one, we're going to walk you through it anyway. Now, the metric size example I have here is 205/75 R15. Now, the slash in there is the giveaway that this is going to be a metric. It'll always be these 3 numbers and sometimes a letter. Now, you might see more numbers sometimes after this general format, but these are the three key for determining the size. Now, on a metric tire size, the width of the tread comes first, and in this case, it's 205. And of course, that's going to be in millimeters from here down to the table. The second number, 75, that is the sidewall height, and this is where the math comes in. It is not actually a measurement, it is a percentage. That 75 tells you that the sidewall height is 75% of the width of the tread. So 75% of 205 is 153.75. Now next, well, that is the R, and that is telling you that the tire, well, it's a radial. And finally, the last number, 15, and that's where the measurement switches back to inches. Who came up with this system, I have no idea. That tells you that the tire fits on a 15-inch rim. Oh, the systems we come up with sometimes. So now the big question, what size should you get? Well, that depends on what your ATV or side-by-side can handle and what you really want to use it for. Now, it goes without saying that putting the same size as the original is going to be easy. That's going to be guaranteed to work. Now, what you're going to typically find on a sport ATV is a tire size of around 20 to 25 inches in diameter. A utility quad or side-by-side is going to run 24 to 28. And if you're into climbing rocks or running in deep mud, well, that can go anywhere from 27 to shoot up to 36, depending on how bad you want to modify your machine. Now, when it comes to the width, the wider tire will give you more grip, but a narrow tire will give you a little bit more control. Generally, ATVs and side-by-sides have a wider tire on the back for added grip and a narrow tire up front for the best of both worlds combination. Now, you can't just pick a width based on how you want to ride. It has to physically fit on your ATV or side-by-sides. Now, generally, you don't want to get a tire that's more than 2 inches wider than the width of your OEM wheel to stay on the safe side. There's one more scenario that we didn't talk about that I just want to touch on briefly. What I decided to go with on our YZ1000R project is I'm not using a staggered setup, which has the larger rear tires and the more narrow front tires. We're going with a square setup to where it's the same on all four corners. And the one change I did make, now this is, believe it or not, the same size tire, has the same dimensions, 27 by 11 by 14. But the trick is, I'm running that front and rear, and to get everything to clear and to maximize my tread, actually my contact patch, I went with a little bit wider rim. And if you look at it from the side, you can see how this one almost looks a little bit stouter, so to speak. It's the same size tire, it's just stretched a little bit on a little bit wider rim. I believe this is a 8.5 inch wide rim, and I've got this mounted to a 10. I think that's going to be the best combination that we're going to find, especially when we start playing around with it on the GP track, personal preference. But I figured I'd mention that to you. Well, listen, if you're looking for tires, wheels, aftermarket modifications, or anything else for your ATV or side-by-side, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And we just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Let's say you've made the determination that your motorcycle or ATV, well, it's not running quite right, and you're ready to take a look at what may be causing this. Now today, we're just going to be talking about carburetor models, and what we're going to talk about is whether your machine may be running too rich or too lean, and how to diagnose that and then make the changes necessary to get it running correctly. Now, if you're ready to dive into that, we can take a look. So let's go. Okay guys, let's start by walking you through what it means when a motor is either running too rich or too lean. Now, all we're really talking about here is the ratio of fuel to air inside the combustion chamber. Now, there's an ideal ratio called stoichiometric ratio. That basically is the sweet spot where you have the right amount of air and fuel mixed together to get complete combustion. And it is actually 14.7 to 1. So what that means is you've got 14.7 parts of air to 1 amount of fuel. Now all lean or rich means is the ratio inside your cylinder gets to one side or the other of this optimal combustion ratio. So first, let's talk about a motor that runs rich. All this means is compared to that ideal ratio, you've got too much fuel in the mix. The percentage of air is too low and the percentage of fuel is too high. Now what happens when the spark lights up this air-fuel mixture? You run out of air before all the fuel is burned up, and this results in incomplete combustion. Now, on the other hand, a lean running engine is when those percentages are reversed. You've got too much air and not enough fuel in your mix, and the combustion doesn't pack enough punch to get you full power. So, since we're talking about carburetors, you really can't get inside your engine with an O2 sensor to analyze the mix in real time. So we have to look for symptoms to know what's happening inside that cylinder. So let's walk through some of the things you might see in an engine that's running rich. First, how is it accelerating? Is it uneven? Does it bog and then pick up? Do you have to keep that throttle pinned to gain speed and RPMs? It could be you've got too much fuel in the cylinder. Does your engine not run as well when it's warm and run better when it's cold? Well, the cold air is more dense, and getting that cold air helps burn a little bit more of that extra fuel. So that could be a sign that you're running too rich. Now, what about the exhaust? Are you getting a lot of black smoke? Is there black soot around the end of your tailpipe? Another telltale sign is to look at your spark plug. Is it completely black, or does it smell like fuel? Or maybe the exhaust itself smells like gas. Those are all symptoms that you're pushing unignited fuel through the exhaust system and then out the pipe. And all that also means one last thing might be happening. Your fuel efficiency will be cut. If you're running just fuel into the cylinder and out the exhaust without it lighting it, you're wasting gas, and that cuts your fuel efficiency. So now let's look at the other side of the coin. What would a lean running engine look like? Well, from a throttle standpoint, it might be hard to get on it really quick, and it won't accelerate like it should. Now you might also feel the engine surging and then lagging as you hold a steady partial throttle. What about the exhaust? Well, you'll probably get some backfires on deceleration, and your motor will probably run better on warm days than cold because the warm air is less dense and it helps bring the air-fuel ratio closer to where it needs to be. And finally, let's talk about the spark plugs. If they look white and flaky, that's a sign that your carb is running too lean. Now, there's one last thing you can do that might point you in one direction or another. Get somewhere in an open, clean space where you're not worried about debris getting in the motor, like a driveway or something, and remove the air filter and run the engine. Removing the air filter increases the airflow into the engine, and if the motor is lean and already has too much air for the fuel cylinder, well, it's going to run worse. But if the engine is rich, adding that extra air will help even out the air-fuel ratio and help how it runs. So what's next? Well, you might want to clean the carburetor. It could be it needs to be rejetted, or it may be time to replace it. And we have some videos to show you how to do all of that and then set it up on several different units. Well, that just about wraps this up. Now, if you need any parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, we just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. You know, making sure bolts and nuts are tightened to the correct torque is crucial when you're working on your machine. And while in many cases we're thinking about getting the bolts tight enough, there are many cases where the bigger risk is over-tightening. And if you've watched any of our videos, there are a lot of times, particularly when we're closing up engine cases, where we have to go through a torque sequence to get everything assembled properly. So, which type of torque wrench should you use? There are digital and click type wrenches. So if you want to learn which one you should get in your toolbox, let's go. Okay guys, let's just get this out right up front. When it comes to accuracy, neither a click type or a digital type torque wrench is better than the other. If you set them properly and keep them calibrated, they're going to get the right torque. But there are other things to consider that may make you lean one way or the other. Now, first and foremost, there's the price. Let's face it, it is a consideration with almost everything, and as you can guess, there is a huge difference in between a click and a digital type torque wrench. Now, the click type torque wrenches are going to come in at a good bit cheaper than a digital version. They're much simpler, and if you know how to set them, they'll get the job done every single time. And why? Well, that's because they're simple and they're reliable. There are just fewer parts that can break or malfunction. And don't forget, you never have to worry about a dead battery with a click type torque wrench. But none of this means that a click type torque wrench doesn't come with its drawbacks. First, if you're new to torque wrenches, setting the correct torque requires a bit of a learning curve. And if it's dark, believe me, if you're under a car or under your machine, it can get really difficult to see that tiny little scale that's printed on the side. Now, you also need to be really careful to zero out the torque wrench after you use the wrench so that you don't stress the spring inside, which will throw off the calibration. So what about the digital torque wrench? Now, this is what I have in my toolbox, and it has served me well. Now, you need to know that relative to the click type torque wrench, there's a little bit of a sticker shock when it comes to the price. But for that price, you get a really simple setup. Now first, you have a digital display showing your torque and setting. Now adjusting the torque is as simple as pushing the buttons up or down, and the digital wrenches we usually have a little LED in the display, a beeper, and a vibrating handle to let you know when you've hit the correct torque when you're tightening a bolt. The other advantage is versatility. Now the digital unit will usually be able to measure torque in as many as 5 different units. Newton meters, foot pounds, inch pounds, kilogram feet, and kilogram centimeters. Now, one of the major advantages of my particular wrench, it actually can do angle calibration. So instead of having to have a manual setup like this or a digital add-on to your standard torque wrench, it has it built in there. And the other really cool thing about it, it will compensate for you having to go back and pull a little bit more to get that angle, because let's face it, sometimes you don't have a 360-degree span that allows you to do that. Sometimes you may be trying to get an angle where you can only pull 10 to 15 degrees at a time. So that's something you really ought to consider if you're going to spend the money for a digital wrench. Now, the downside, you will have to keep up with keeping the batteries replaced or charged. But for that and the price, you get way more versatile unit that will work with just about every single application. So, which one is right for you? It basically boils down to the cost and how much versatility you need. You can save some cash by buying a click type wrench, but you'll have a slightly more complex setting scale, and you box yourself into whatever unit's used on the side of the wrench. Now, on the other hand, if you can afford it, you get a way more versatility and ease of use with the digital unit. Now, if you need a new torque wrench or any other tools for your toolbox, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to tackle the daunting task of replacing the clutch on our 2007 Honda GL 1800A, also known as the Honda Goldwing. Now, if your machine is starting to slip when you're leaving a stopped state, well, it's time to go ahead and take a look at that clutch, because all those fiber discs that are in there, that means they're starting to break down, and all those little pieces and particles are flowing around inside your engine, and that's not very healthy for it. Now, I know this is a bit of a task, but you're going to save a lot of money if you follow along with me and do this yourself. Now, as far as the parts go, I've already assembled those, but if you notice on the exploded diagrams, you have 3 different part numbers for your different fiber disc. All your metal discs, they're the same. Now, you don't want to leave out your cover gasket, as well as that retention nut, and your exhaust crush washers, because we will be dropping the entire exhaust system. All right, guys, I've got all my parts assembled, so all I need to do now is open up my toolbox. And don't worry, you can do this, because I'm going to walk with you step by step all the way through. Let's get going. Step number one, let's go ahead and soak all of our fiber plates. That way they'll be ready once we make it deep down inside that rear cover on the back side of the engine. As if you put these in dry, they will wear out almost immediately. Now, if you forget to do this till you're actually ready for them, let them soak for a minimum of a half hour. All right, guys, as you can tell, the previous owner of this machine, I think he bought every single accessory that is available. So there'll be certain steps that I'm going to be going through that you may not have to do on yours. One of the first things we need to do is go and drain the oil. But before we can get to that, looks like they've got a skid plate under there that needs to be removed first. As we go through this, pretty much everything that I do on one side will be replicated over on the other. Now, if there is a difference in between the two, I'll call that out as we go along. All right, looks like we're going to need to get our lower fairing off as well. And that's held in by 5mm hex bolts. Now, keep in mind you've got a couple of different sizes as far as depths of the collars. So take note of that when you're pulling them out, where they go back. This is all about taking your time and being gentle so you don't scratch up anything. All right, guys, these things are a little bit tricky. One bolt up front, drop the front edge down, and then pull forward, because the rear section is just held in place by these two tabs. All right, same scenario over here. 10mm bolt here, drop down, pull forward, and she should come out of place. Now we can remove this cover. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ain't Honda. I think we've got enough room to leave those flaps connected and just swing it around like that. All right, let's go ahead and get our drain bolt, get the oil out of this thing. Now, if you need help doing just a simple oil change on yours, we have a video that shows you how to do that. As you can tell by the oil coming out of it, that was not done too long ago. That oil is basically new, but it is what it is. That's probably enough. It's not critical that we get all the oil out. It's going to be below the level of the clutch cover, so we're good. Word of advice, go ahead and get out your torque wrench and get this torque back to spec, because you do not want to forget that. All right, guys, unless you're working on a lift, you won't have to do this next step. I need to lift up the back end so I can drop down the center stand. Well, I told you this machine had just about every accessory mounted on it as you can imagine. Now, dropping the exhaust, especially the muffler, should be pretty easy. Bolt back here, a couple of pinch bolts there, and then each side pulls off. But this one has a trailer hitch on it. So guess what? They've got a support bar that goes all the way to here. And that support bar is covering up the bolt that I need to get to. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of extra work before I can actually drop these down that hopefully you don't have to. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I do this. And it's a nice setup, it's a nice kit, but just a little bit more work for me. There we go. Now this is just a 12mm bolt back here. And our two clamp bolts are 6mm Allens. And you don't have to take these out, you just have to loosen them up. I think they need a little bit of silicone spray. What do y'all think? Let's see if she'll separate now. Same thing for the other side. Not quite as much clearance over here. And it's tight on the other side. She's not symmetrical. Slight difference in mounting from one side to the other. Okay, now let's make a bunch of noise. Now it drops out. Piece of cake. We'll go ahead and loosen these up just to make it easier to break them loose up front. Let's take off the whole bracket, just get this one bottom bolt. Nerving that it moves up much. There. Now we got some wiggle room. Same game on the other side. It's funny, this side over here, it'll clear without taking off the bracket or that engine guard. Oh yeah, these panels have to come off. We're almost there, I promise. There we go. And be careful when you're got it at this point because there's still a couple of O2 sensors we need to unplug. All right guys, we've got the exhaust drop down, but I'm supporting it with this lift. Now, the connections for the O2 sensors are way up behind here. I mean, you can go through the pain of taking out the seat and the shelf and whatnot and getting that cover off. Or what I'm going to do is just leave it supported. This is a long wire. I've got it disconnected as far as any zip ties where it's got a little bit of wiggle room. And at this point, we can get those 4 to 5 turns out without damaging the wires, but you do not want to have it just hang by the wires because, well, O2 sensors are kind of expensive. So just be careful here. There. Just remember when you go to reinstall them, go ahead and pre-twist the wire about 3 or 4 turns, maybe 5, and then it'll go back in, lock down at a relaxed state. I think we're going to have to go ahead and split that to get it out from under it. Easy peasy. All right, guys, let's get the coolant reservoir removed. I checked this level before we started, and it was just about empty. So I don't think we're going to need to extract any fluid out of it. You've got two lines, one up at the top, then one over to the side. Okay. Let's see if we can get this one to break loose. And remember, this is plastic. I mean, we will sell you a new one, but try not to break it. There we go. Could have left that hose on, actually. That was just a vent over the side. All right, guys, so we are in here now because this is the clutch cover. And we basically have 11 bolts holding it in place. And then the clutch is going to be on the other side of that. Now, if yours is really dirty, you want to go ahead and wipe things down the best you can because we're about to open up the engine. These are all 10 millimeters. Ooh, that top one is not a lot of clearance. I think we can do that one with an extension. All right, guys, this isn't absolutely necessary, but so y'all can see what I'm actually doing, I'm going to go ahead and remove the alternator. Plus, that gives me a little bit more working room, and you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Make sure you disconnect your battery if you're going to take yours out. Now, you may be asking yourself, why do I go through all this? If you take it to a dealership, this job's going to cost in between $1,200 and $1,500. That's why. Now you can see what I'm doing. And since we've got this out of the way, let's get some of that crap off of it. I've got 4 down, so that means I got 7 to go, according to my super fantastic math skills. This is when I wish I'd already bought a small air ratchet, 90 degrees. That's 11. Let's see if we can get her to release. There's a little rubber O-ring up top that I was trying to hook, but I dropped. But that will be very important when it comes time to put it back together. There we go. Yeah, there's an O-ring that goes right there. There she was. Probably need to go ahead and replace that. It's feeling pretty flat. All right, guys, we've got a cover off, and now we need to reach in here and remove what they call a stopper ring, which is basically a very large circlip. Once we get out the stopper ring, then you can lift out the lifter plate. Now, it may want to catch if it gets a little off-centered, but take your time, it will remove. Next, we need to remove the main clutch nut, which is a 32 millimeter. So hopefully I can unstake it. Hopefully that's enough. Let's see what we got. Need to go ahead and shift the machine into any gear other than neutral. And then have somebody hold on the brakes. All right, so there's our nut, washer, inner hub, spring, and then there's a little trim ring right here. Now, the business end. All right, guys, here's the glamorous part of working on motorcycles, or any engine for that matter. And that's going to be removing the gasket material. And anyone that's done any type of work on a Honda, you know that these green gaskets are pretty tough. What I can tell you is to use the scraper, but do so at a low angle. Have some contact cleaner available to help break this down, and be patient, because if you gouge into this, well, guess what? Chances are you're going to have a leak. So take your time, go ahead and get all this material off. Now I know my editor is going to make it look like this all takes about 5 minutes. No, it takes forever. These green gaskets from Honda, they're notorious. I mean, they're just really difficult to take off. But hey, but they never leak, or hardly ever leak. I don't want to use the word never. All right, guys, we've got that cover cleaned up, as well as the casing on the back of the engine. Wasn't that a lot of fun? But do take your time, get all of that off. That way you won't have a leak. And believe me, you don't want to go back and have to do this a second time. But now we can address the clutch pack itself. So let's start by getting off the stopper ring and then the spring below it. Then we can remove the pressure plate. Now, as you're doing this, lay them out in the same configuration as you're pulling them off, because they are or several pieces are directional, especially that one. All right, we've got a lifter plate out, and we're going to lift out the clutch piston and pressure plate together, and they're basically held together by an O-ring on the inside. Be careful doing this. You're just trying to fight an O-ring, but you don't want to damage any of these surfaces. So be gentle if yours is trying to hold together like mine is. There we go. Now, let's start pulling our plates. Now granted, this clutch is in really good shape, honestly, but if it were not, the telltale signs would be the worn down fiber sections, as well as the metal plates having a blue sheen to them. Well, that one's got a little bit of abnormal wear on it. See the discoloration that was starting? Nothing too traumatic though. Same thing on that. I would imagine that would had a bit of a shake to it when you release the clutch lever. Alright, we're almost down to, the clip wire. Flip it over, and you can see the tip of it right here. We're going to push that through. It's going to spring it. See, well, they want you to put a new one in now. All right, guys, let's continue. Spring, and then one last plate back at the back. All right, well, there she is. Let's get this cleaned up and start putting it back together. All right, guys, I got it cleaned up. The O-ring's in place. Now let's start putting the clutch pack together. All right, first let's get in our spring seat, and that's basically just the flat washer. Then the judder spring. We want the beveled edge facing in. Now we bring in one of two oddball plates that we have. Then one of our steel plates. Now we got a new wire clip. We put in the first end, then feed it around, getting it inside the groove, and then get the second one pushed in. It isn't that tough to do. Just take your time, do it section by section, push down on the plate, then feed the wire into the groove. Now we can start stacking the rest of our plates. Now you notice when you ordered yours, you had 3 different types of fibers. That first fiber, of course, is the smaller edge here, but your last one is different as well. Now if you can pick up the difference with just using your eyes, congratulations, because they all look exactly the same to me. But that last disc is different, and the way you differentiate it is the main section, they're all black on this one area. That one oddball is green, and that's going to be your last disc. So let's go. And it's just like any other clutch pack. We're just alternating in between fiber and the steel plates. And our oddball. Now remember, there is an O-ring down in here, so we want to make sure it's lubed up before we continue. Now we have our clutch piston, which is this section down in there, and the pressure plate. They're still together from when we took it apart. I'm going to leave it that way and just put them together as an assembly, but we want to make sure that these protrusions are lined up with those notches. So we need to be about right there. There we go. Now we've got our lifter plate, and we want these tabs to align over these 3 sections of holes, like that. Then we've got our spring bevel edge going down, and then finally our retaining clip. Now it's laid inside, but now we need to push it down into the groove. And make very sure that you've got it all the way in the groove, all the way around. All right, guys, let's get our fiber disc just somewhat aligned. I mean, it's impossible to do this outside the vehicle completely accurate. You just want it in the ballpark. That way there's a minimal amount of shifting around that we need to do to get it to go back in. Well, guess what, kids? It's time to get this mounted back inside the machine. Do check to make sure that that other washer is in there. Very important. Now here's the part where you need to be a little bit patient, because it can be a little bit tricky getting each one of these plates into the groove. When you get it about to the halfway point, sometimes it'll catch because it may be just a little bit out of alignment on the splines. All the plates go in to the long ones, but that last plate, plate C, gets shifted over 1 into that short section. All right, next, let's get our spring seat concave facing out. Spring guide, washer, and our new retaining nut. All right, now we're just going to seat it. All right, guys, we're going to put it back in gear. Hold the brakes, and then we're going to torque it to 94 foot-pounds. Trick is having enough room to move. All right, guys, let's go. All right, there it is. All right, with that torqued, what we need to do now is bring it around where we can stake it. So I've got it back in neutral. We're kind of aiming toward 6 or 7 o'clock angle to where I can get a punch and hit it from the side to get it staked. Now let's get our lifter plate in. Now let's get in our stopper ring. Now we're just checking to make sure it's seated all the way around. Looks like we've got it. And we've already got our dowels in place, but remember there is an O-ring that we are replacing up top. Now, let's go ahead and seal this thing up. That's the way I like it. Let's start getting some bolts back in here. Just going around one more time to make sure everybody's seated. Because remember, you are compressing a gasket. All right, guys, that feels like a functioning clutch to me. Well, listen, that's going to wrap it up for this video, although I still have quite a bit of work to do before I can call this project finished. Now, it's pretty much just the reverse order of everything I did as far as getting the alternator and the exhaust system back on. Well, listen, if you need these parts or any other parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer. And hey, if you like what you see, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you'll be notified and you'll see whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla. We will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to be changing out the transfer case oil on our 2008 Yamaha Raider. Now, it's really not that tough to do. Basically, you have a drain bolt and then a fill bolt. The real trick is, well, it just happens to be right behind the exhaust system, so that has to come off first. So if you're ready, I'll show you how to get this little project done. So before we dive into this, let's talk about the oil that this particular unit requires. Now, you want to go with an 80 weight API service level GL4 oil. And I think that's also a non-hypoid type oil. The one I'm going to go with, of course, is from Yamalube. Now, there's one other subject I want to address. As you can tell, this one has an aftermarket exhaust on it. And what has been driving me crazy, I know that's a short trip, is this back one is leaking. So I'm going to go ahead and replace the exhaust gaskets on both the front and the back, because I'm betting when they installed it, they used the old gaskets and they were already conformed to the OEM exhaust. So we're gonna knock that out. Now, it is suggested from Yamaha each time you remove your exhaust to replace those gaskets as well. Now, have I gotten away with reusing them? As long as they didn't change position, usually they'll seal up, easily. But if they don't, well, you might want to go ahead and replace them, which I'm going to do now. So our first step, let's get that exhaust out of the way. Now, I'm not sure on this particular setup if I'm going to have to drop the foot peg or not, but we're going to find out together. Pretty sure they exceeded the torque value on that one. Now, when you're dropping this down, keep in mind that you've got an O2 sensor right down here, and we do not want to damage the wires going to it, because those things are not cheap. One. There you go. Now, let's head to our exhaust fittings. I always get a little nervous here, especially when on a bike I see this much rust. Tell you what, let's put a little bit of penetrating oil. That'll be interesting when it cranks back up and burns off. 8mm Allens back here. And the front ones are going to be 12mm regular nuts. What a difference, a little bit of oil mix. I should have sprayed these down yesterday. I get the feeling this one's pulling out of the flange, which I'd rather have that than it breaking off inside the flange. Yeah, that's what she did. Yeah, like I said, I'd rather have this than only be looking at that. Now, per the Yamaha manual, this should have been done at 600 miles and then every 16,000 miles. This one's got a little over 12 on it. And I know that may be ahead of schedule, but part of me kind of wonders, well, did they actually do the 600-mile service? I can't prove it one way or another, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyway. Saying a little prayer. Don't break, don't break, don't break. All right, we're good. Oh, they barely tightened that one. So, thank you. I really didn't want to have to time sort anything today. And in this case, we would have had to pull the engine partially out to turn it. Now, don't forget about your O2 sensor, and let's see if we can wiggle that through without dropping down the foot pegs. But hey, if we have to drop, we have to drop. Well, that's somewhat interesting. Yeah, tell me that wasn't leaking. They never tightened down the crossover pipe. Whoever was doing the service on this one, they didn't do too good of a job. Yeah, I didn't want to get around it. So let's drop our foot peg down. I have been able to just loosen these up before, and that was enough. Let's see. Yep. Boy, this bike was in a rough environment. There's so much rust everywhere. Nothing we can't overcome. Next, we're going to go ahead and pull the fill plug. And, yep, there you are. There better be an O-ring there. So let's go ahead and pull our drain bolt, and that's going to be a Torx 40. And here's where it's going to get boring. This stuff is heavy weight, like I said, 80, 85 weight. So I know you don't want to watch me stand here to see this drain for the next 20 minutes. So through the magic of editing, we're going to fast forward to it's finished. Now it's time to reinstall the drain plug, and then we can go ahead and refill it. Well, okay, kids, that wasn't that bad. That was more like 5 minutes, so not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and put our drain bolt back in. And now, let's remove our check bolt right here. I'm very surprised that does not have, oh, okay, there it is. I was about to say, it should have a sealing washer, and it does, but instead of being the copper, it's made out of aluminum, or excuse me, aluminium. I don't want to upset Jeremy Clarkston. So we've got our gear oil, and how you want to fill this is really up to you. I picked up a syringe at a local parts store. Depending on what kind of terms you are with your wife, maybe go borrow the turkey baster. I'm sure she won't mind that at all. I'll leave you to deal with that. But at any rate, we've got to get roughly a half a quart into this one. This is some thick stuff. I could probably do this without the hose and just shoot it in from the side. Well, what I'm afraid is if I push on this too hard, it may blow that tip off, and then I made a mess. Not that I did that before. But you could tell when that was draining out, compared to the color of what's going in, it was tired. I'm betting that's going to be pretty close right there. If you were watching this real time, I'd have to find you and slap you because this is boring. Anticipation. That's that old ketchup ad. That's what's running in my head right now. Making me wait. We're getting close. There it is. There she goes. Now let's go ahead and put our check bolt back in. The fill plug. Well guys, that's pretty much it. All we need to do now is reinstall the exhaust. Okay, let's get out our old gaskets. I noticed that when we took these out, you can see where it's blown through here. So that's what I was hearing. So those definitely needed to be replaced. Yep, it's gonna fall. So this is gonna make it burn a little bit. We're gonna put some grease on the back side of it, just in a couple of places, just enough to hold it in there. There. That will burn off in short order, I guarantee you. Don't forget to plug in your O2 sensor. There we go. This is when you need an extra arm. The trick is don't tighten these all the way down until we get everything in place. That's one. Let's get in number two. Here's going to be the little bit tricky part, is getting this fed back in. That wasn't so bad. Kind of shake it as you're bringing it in to get it to seat properly. Yeah. Now let's get our back mounting bolts pushed through. Well, just getting all this lined up is the real trick, because I'm probably going to have to loosen them up just a tick. The bolts aren't lining up just yet to where I can even get them through. I mean, these definitely need to be tightened down before these, but that at least needs to be up there before they get tightened. Okay, now let's go and tighten up the exhaust bolts. And since we are reseating or seating new gaskets, put a couple of 100 miles on it, come back, hit these again, because chances are they're going to seat and they're going to need a little bit more torque on them. Now let's go back and do the last installer didn't do, tighten down this clamp for that crossover point. Hoping that the penetrating oil did what it needed to do, otherwise we're going to break a clamp. Look at there, penetrating oil worked very well. All right, guys, word to the wise. Unless you want all your fingerprints to get burned into your exhaust, wipe all this down, get all that oil off of it, because if you don't, it's going to burn it in and leave a nice blue kind of imprint on your exhaust system. And I don't think that's what you want. Well, all right, guys, that's going to wrap up this video. Well, listen, if you need these parts, tools, or chemicals for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to look at the valve adjustment on our 2007 Honda Goldwing. Now, it's really not that tough to do, but it can be a little bit tricky if we see that it's out of adjustment, because we will have to pull those camshafts. But don't be afraid, I'm going to be with you every step of the way. So if you're ready, I'll open up my toolbox and we'll dive into this project. So let's go. Tell you what, we're going to start. Tell you, don't jump off on me now. Tell you what, we're going to start off on the left bank because it's a little bit easier to get to that tensioner on the side. All right, let's go ahead and get that inspection cover off. It's right up in here. And what we're going to be looking for is there's going to be 3 different marks, and each one of those marks are 120 degrees away from the other. And when we pull off the cover, we'll be able to look at the top of the cams, and we're going to bring them around to where they're sitting straight up, and that mark right there, the closest one to it, will bring it at top dead center for that particular cylinder. So let's go ahead and get these covers off, and then we'll bring it around where we can take that first measurement. All right, halfway there. We're going to lose a little bit of oil here, especially depending on how long ago you shut off the engine. But for me, it's been a couple of days. I'm still feeling good. So I think we can reuse that outer gasket. Okay, guys, if you're going through this procedure and everything's checking out, then great. You can just button it back up and head on down the road. But I'm going to approach this one as if it is out of spec, and I will go through the procedure to go ahead and swap out a shim should it be out of whack. So I'm going to more or less pretend that, okay, one of my valves was too tight, and then I'm going to show you how to select the correct shim size and get it back in there. So to do that, we're going to need to go ahead and remove that lower fairing. So let me get it out of the way and we'll continue. I might get around there. And out you come. There we go. That opens up everything. All right, guys, we're getting ready to measure the valve clearance. And I know in the manual, it tells you to relieve the tension on the tensioner on the cam chain, because evidently that'll skew the measurements. I'm not real sold on that completely. I mean, just how accurate is your feeler gauges to be able to detect a little bit of deflection caused by the chain tensioner? We'll go ahead and do our measurements now with the chain tensioner in. Go back, do it again with the chain tensioner removed, and see where we end up as far as being able to measure the difference in between those two. Now your chain tensioner is pretty easy to access over on the left side of the machine. It's right here. But on the right side of the machine, it is on the opposite side, of course, but it's on the top of the cylinder head. And it is extremely difficult to get to, especially with a unit with ABS, which this one has. So let's bring the engine around till we get our lobes facing up on cylinder, I believe it's number 2. Take our measurements, then we'll go to 4 and then down to 6. Let's see if we can see our line. And you can see our line right there. So we were on it. Now what we're looking for on the exhaust is 0.22 millimeters, plus or minus 0.03. And for the intake, we're looking at 0.15, plus or minus 0.03. So let's see what we've got for the exhaust side first. Looking for 0.22, let's pop in 0.203, see where we are. And that goes in pretty easy. Let's see if 229 will go. I'm betting not. No. So we're going to go with 0.203. Now our intake, we're looking for 0.15. So let's go to 152 and see what we get. It would probably go, but that's pretty tight. It's got a fair amount of grab on it. Let's drop down 0.127. Oh yeah, straight in. So now let's bring it another 120 degrees and get to cylinder number 4. Now what I'm looking at is, to get an idea, is that exhaust cam load that's coming up. It's getting to about right here, and that's where I'm looking at for each cylinder, just to know I'm getting close to where that top dead center mark's going to be up front. So exhaust, let's go back to 0.229, see if that goes in. If not, then we'll drop it down 1. Nope, that one sticks, but I can tell you that 203 is going to go in there. Yep. All right, let's go back to 152. Little tight. 127. Good to go. Rotate it a little bit more. We'll look at number 6. Exhaust 0.229. Sticks a little bit. 203. Go ahead and tell you, she's going to go in. Yep. Now, our intake, 152. Nope. 127. Yes. Really consistent on these. So we've got an even measurement all the way across the board. And what we're going to do next is take this special tool, wind it into the tensioner, release tension, and then go back and measure it again. Now, you really can't see what I'm doing in there with this tool. So what I did is I ordered another chain tensioner, and so I can show you out on the table how this little tool works. When they ship out a new chain tensioner, it has a holder at the top of it where there's a bolt and a washer that covers up the space, and it keeps it retracted into the tensioner itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove that little shipping tool, let it extend out, and then wind it back in. All right, see, we're out. And the real trick with this one, once it extends out, you can't push it back. It has to be wound back into position. So let's pop in the tool, start turning it in. All right. Then let the tool go down into a couple of different indentions at the top, and it holds the tensioner back in its recoil position. Now that can be done on this side fairly easy, But on the other side, that is a different story because it is tucked way up in there. The tool that you have to use is this. You have to wiggle this up on top of it with this wound around, remove this extension arm, and then pull this string, which turns the tensioner. Now, who in the world came up with this? Because especially on an ABS unit, you can hardly get this up in there. I'm sorry, but I have the highest respect for Honda, but this is the biggest Rube Goldberg thing I've ever seen. So you can see, well, I'm just going to show you how to do it on this side and not on the right side of the engine. So let's go back, release the tensioner, take those measurements again, and see where we end up. A little bit of oil's going to dribble out, but don't let it alarm you. Now, let's get our tool in there. Trick is not to push it in too far and catch the edges. All right, now we're all the way at the end. Push it in and up. All right, guys, we've got the tension taken off. I can actually move the chain with my finger. Now let's go ahead and just jump back to number 6 and see if those measurements have changed any. So we were at 127 on the intake side. Of course, still goes in there. Let's see if by some chance 152 goes in. No. All right, on the exhaust, we were at 0.203. Let's see if 0.229 will go. Just barely, and I mean just barely. So did it increase the clearance a tick? Yeah, it did, but not by much. All right, let's carefully bring it around because we don't want it to jump time. Back to number 2 and see where they ended up. Exhaust, 203, yep, 0.229, just barely. So it is measuring a little bit different. I'll give them that. But it seems like it's just on the exhaust side. Let's go back to our intake where we measured 127 before. I would expect it's going to pop right in there. Yep. Let's see if we can go one larger at 152. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and hit number 4. All right, let's go for our exhaust. We pretty much can guess where this is going. 0.203, not going to be a problem. Question is 0.229 going to go as well? I don't know on this one. Oh, yep, just barely. Now, back to our intake. We know 127 is going to go loose. And 152, see if she goes. It's a little tight, but yes. So it followed suit all the way across. So we actually thought these were a little tight, but guess what? They were actually dead on once you remove that tension on that chain. So what do we really learn from this? If you're just doing your initial testing to see whether or not you need to go the full distance and adjust the valves, I think you can leave the tensioner in to where you're going to get a ballpark. Now it's going to be a little on the tight side until you remove that tension. Now the real trick is if you go in and measure and it's obvious that the shims need to be adjusted, well then you have no choice but to remove tension because we have to remove the camshafts. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that on this side, replace the shim even though we don't need to, and then put it back together. But that's going to be really tricky on the other side. So let's go ahead and let me show you how to remove the actual cam cap, if you will, that's holding it in place. Get to those buckets and I'll show you what the shims look like, how to adjust them if you need to, and then put it back together. So let's bring cylinder number 2 around to top dead center. Then we can loosen up our cam cap bolts and get to those lifters. I was doing it clockwise earlier, but that was with the tensioner in. So this is with it out. Now we can remove our camshaft holder bolts, and we want to do these in a kind of a crisscross pattern as it releases tension. Only one we're going to have tension on, I believe, is cylinder number 4. So we just want to release it evenly as to not bind anything. Let's give it a little bit of persuasion. Now we can go ahead and bring her out. Now I do want to take note as to what tooth you were on that chain. So let's clean that up a little bit and mark it. Make it easier to find our way back on there. All right, now to get to these elusive shims, we'll just look at the exhaust for number 2. I'm just grabbing it with a magnet. There she is. Now sometimes it will stay on top of the valve. Other times it stays with the bucket right in here. And yours will probably be different, but she had a 205 up front. All right, guys, now granted, this particular machine, I didn't have to adjust any shims. But what about that equation I told you about? What if it was out of spec? So we're gonna say that the intake on number 2 measured out at 0.102 millimeters, which is a little too tight. So what do you need to do about that? Well, if you remember correctly, that particular shim was a 205 or a 2.05. So using the equation A equals B minus C plus D, you plug in B as 102 because that was what we measured. What are we after? Well, we want it to be 0.15. So you do what you measured minus 0.15. Now you'll notice that yields a negative number, but you add that to, or subtract that from, actually 2.05. So what do you end up with? You need a shim thickness of 200. So that's what we would have put in that particular location had we had that measurement of 1.02. Now all you're really doing here, guys, is just taking your valve clearance difference, whether that's needs to be a net plus or a net minus, and then just adding back in whichever shim's actually still in the machine. That's going to tell you what shim needs to go new into the machine. So let's say you've gone through and you've adjusted all of your shims, and now you just need to put it back together. And that's what we're going to do. So we take our shim, go ahead and put it on the top of your valve. Get your bucket back in. And now I do recommend that you keep the buckets lined up where they came out. So make sure they go back to their home, because that's where they've been for a lot of miles. They're happy there, so leave them there. Now the fun part, getting our camshaft snuck back in there and then set to the right tooth. Now remember, we did mark our chain and our sprocket, so hopefully it's a little bit easier to get it back in the mark. But once we've done that, then we'll of course verify it with the timing marks on the front of the cam gear itself. Once we get the cam holder back in place, then we'll check our marks. But I can go ahead and tell you that those marks are even, and those marks that we made with the permanent marker are correct as well. So let's get our holder, see if we can get her back in place. And the real trick is here, make sure you don't bind up anything as we're pushing it back down, as you are going against the springs on cylinder number 2. Let's see if we can start bringing those in to get it to seat in. As you're doing that, just make sure you walk back in and it's not binding anywhere. Looks like she's seated back in. All right, they're all bottomed out. Let's get them torqued down to 12 Newton meters or 9 foot-pounds. And you do have a certain order, but the good part is it's printed right on the casing. But it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, at this point, rotate the engine over a couple of times. Go back and repeat your valve measurement clearance again, just to make sure that you ended up where you needed to be. Now at that point, we can go in and remove our special tool, which is going to put tension back on the chain. You can feel it. Yep. Now we get in our cover bolt along with that washer, and this has 9 foot-pounds or 12 Newton meters on it as well. And next we want to go in here, clean this old sealant off, and then reseal this area. Now if your gasket is looking a little rough, now would be the time you need to go ahead and replace it. But mine still feels good. Let's just get this cleaned up, get that old sealant out of there, put a new bead down. Now I'm using 3-bond, but you can use Honda Bond. Basically this gray semi-permanent sealant. And you're only wanting to head around this half moon, especially where that just about that 90-degree area is. Just right in here. And just needs to be a light coat. Don't need to fill the engine with it. Make sure we're good to go here. All right. And in you go. I would suggest getting all of these started, but don't tighten them down just yet. We'll bottom these out, then get them torqued. Not a lot of torque here, just 10 Newton meters. Get our spark plug wires in place. All right, then our lower cover. And we'll go ahead and put that same 10 Newton meters on these as well. All right, guys, that's pretty much going to wrap this up. All I need to do now is just reinstall that lower fairing, and then I'm good to go. Well, listen, that's pretty much the procedure. And just hopefully you don't have an ABS bike like this one, where you potentially have to fight all of that plumbing on the other side. Well, listen, if you need these tools or parts or anything else for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. You have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
We're doing a giveaway with the Tri-Z250. It's super easy to enter to win. All you got to do is get one of these fresh Michael Sabo hats. To order one of these special edition hats, just head over to michaelsabo.com. The winner will have the choice to take the Tri-Z, or they can opt for a $5,000 cash prize. The sweepstakes has already begun, and it will be over on December 31st, 2025. So I'll see you guys over on my website, michaelsabo.com, and good luck winning this Tri-Z. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit the Partzilla headquarters located in Albany, Georgia. And one of the coolest things that I noticed when I was there was the studio studio and some of the machines that were in there, including a super iconic 2-stroke made by Honda. We're gonna check that out in a second, but I just got here, so I gotta settle in. And the first thing I need to do is unload a couple of DT175 dirt bikes that I bought for projects that are gonna be done in the Partzilla studio. We need to make room for a couple Banshees and 3-wheelers that we're gonna be taking home with us. We're gonna take a look at those at the end of this video, but right now I'm excited to meet up with John Tolley. For those of you that don't know, John Tolley is the go-to guy at Partzilla when it comes to asking technical questions about engines. You can find him all over YouTube in detailed videos where he shows how to get things done, including one of his most famous videos where he shows you step by step exactly how to build a Raptor 700 engine. It's pretty awesome to get to hang out with John, and apparently he's got some pretty cool projects in the studio which we're going to check out.
He's already out front and getting content. Mr. Sabo.
I wanted to get a picture of the sign. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How's it going? What'd you bring me in here?
So I got the, it actually runs and rides and it's tight.
Okay.
Came with a parts bike, a whole bin of parts. I think for a first project bike, it's actually pretty good.
It's a 2-stroke. It shouldn't be that tough.
And it runs.
Gotcha.
But look, it came with a box of extra parts. It came with a climber's service manual. I think for him, like...
What else does a growing boy need?
Exactly. Some Campbell's soup. Although apparently that's 3D printed food. And then I got the...
Don't tell me that.
Did you hear about that?
No.
And then I got the X3 engine in here if we want to do something with that. And,
cool.
Yeah, so pretty basic. And we'll see. I think I can fit at least 3 machines in here.
Okay, I was curious. We're going to be able to get all 4?
I think we can put the 2 3-wheelers up here.
That's right, guys. We're going to be picking up 4 machines today, but we're going to do that at the end after we check out the studio.
It's very corporate.
It is very corporate. It makes us feel special.
Well, this is the fun part. You think you're just walking down the hall and you're about to just walk out of the building, but there's something different on the other side of that door.
Oh, this is cool, man. I see you got a YFZ in here.
Yeah, that would be Brantley's.
Oh, and here's the TRX.
Yep.
And the Pilot, man. This is a nice studio, John. How big is this room?
What are we, 26 by like 60 or something like that?
It's closer to, yeah, it's 80.
80?
It's actually as big, if not bigger, than what I imagined. A lot of times when you go to places, it looks smaller.
Right.
I don't know why that is.
Yeah.
But this actually is pretty spacious.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate to have it.
Are you
The
sure?
ultimate plan is to have a very large roll-up door on that end to where I can get boats and cars in here.
This is so cool.
When I told Mike what I was doing on this, he says, why? I said, because I can. He says, well, that engine's a kind of a turd. And I said, well, it won't be when I'm done with it.
Does it run the way that it sits?
Yep.
Oh, man. Yeah, the purists are going to...
Oh, they're going to crucify me, especially if I cut the frame to get it in there.
You couldn't have done it to like an Odyssey or something? You had to do a Pilot?
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, I'm going to piss all of these people off and those.
When I was a kid, I loved go-karts. I also loved quads and dirt bikes. But one thing I never had was a Honda Pilot. These things are freaking awesome, man. So we're actually here in the Partzilla studio, and I walked in here, and I met John, and this is the first thing that I was drawn to.
Well, it's kind of an attention getter. It can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, most of you guys probably know what this is, and if you don't, I mean, I've never got to ride one of these things, but they had this, and then they had the Odyssey, right?
Odyssey came first, I believe.
Right, so the Odyssey was a 350 version. So this is a 400cc 2-stroke go-kart.
Basically.
Literally, made by Honda.
Ahead of its time.
I was like, dude, we gotta share this with the audience, man. This thing is freaking awesome. Have you got to ride this yet?
No, I have not. It's my understanding that it runs, but I have not started it myself.
Yeah, so John's got some plans for this thing. We're not gonna get into that just yet. I just kind of wanted to show this thing to you guys, but come on, have a look. All right, so straight out of the gate, when you look at this steering wheel, I mean, that's got to be one of the most iconic things that I've ever seen. Look at this. It's got the brakes on the front, like a trigger on both sides. I don't know if you guys can see the one in there. And then is this the throttle, John?
Yes.
It's like a thumb throttle. It looks totally 80s with all these, like the way the instrument cluster is and stuff.
And I'm trying to figure out what these are.
Those are our arm restraints. You put your arms through there and then grab onto the controls. So if you, in the event of a rollover, it would keep your arms inside the machine so they wouldn't get pinched on the bar.
Wow. So this is like a factory thing, or?
Yes, I thought it was aftermarket as well, but no, that was from the factory.
Yeah. The first thing I thought was like putting your legs through here, and I'm like, well, why the hell would you do that? But man, it just really cool. It's actually got like its own little. It's really like a cockpit. And I climbed in it, and it's not easy to get in and out of. There's a little gear shifter right there. Definitely made for somebody that's like 5'5" or less. Like the machine's pretty big.
The seat needs to go back, but you're right. When this thing first came out, we thought they were huge.
Yeah.
But you were comparing that to like an ATC 90 or something like that back in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty big. It's definitely like a full-size go-kart.
By today's standards, you know, a standard four-wheeler is not much longer or wider than that.
No, it's very similar. I was looking at like the suspension and stuff. It's got I think these are work shocks. Yep.
Yeah, somebody upgraded those apparently before we got a hold of it.
I bet you that the stock ones are pogo sticks, even when they were new. I just can't imagine.
I would lay odds that you're correct.
That is that big ass cylinder. It's that 400cc two-stroke. You can see the pipe goes down, comes up here, wraps around. This thing will probably, here's the silencer back here. And then this is an auxiliary tank. John was telling me that, so here's the OEM tank right here. There's a fuel pump on this right there, and that gives me Tri-Z nightmares just looking at that thing. That's the first thing that it makes me think of. And I guess a lot of people bypass that, and they do the gravity-fed tank. And I was saying to John earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a kit, because where it sits, it's kind of, like if you didn't know, you might actually think that that's the way it came. And you don't lose out really on anything. Even, you know, rear sight, you've got the side view mirrors there. So I don't know how much you could really turn your head around to look through this anyways. So, you know what year it is?
I believe it's an 86.
Do you know what years they even made these things? I just know that they're very rare. So I got to hop in this thing and show you guys
Do it.
how not easy it is to get into this thing. I'm not the most flexible person, but usually it's not this hard. Oh my gosh. Once you're in here, though, you're in here. And it feels really, really tight. But you feel really far forward, too. I was going to say it feels like a mid-engine sports car, but that's basically what it is.
Pretty much.
It's like, it feels like a C8 Corvette, but like the midget version. And I also noticed that my head is like almost coming out.
Well, I think you've got just a little bit of PTSD when it comes to
Yeah. I gotta ask John, can we try starting this thing?
Go for it. I'm not even sure it'll spin over.
Before I do this, is there gas in it?
I don't know.
We should probably check. Do you want to do the honors, man?
Heck no.
This is your beast. Let's see. Kill switch says run.
I smell fuel. It doesn't smell bad.
Really? That's surprising.
Well, give it a shot.
I'm gonna pull the choke out.
Hey, there is power.
No, it doesn't turn on. This might not have electric start. Oh, there's a start button right here.
Okay.
If this start button right here works. Well, it turns over really good. Is fuel petcock is on?
If there is one.
On the bottom, I think I saw one.
I'm going to say that's on.
Sounds pretty good. Oh, you know what? I don't know how long I can run this in here for.
A minute or so before we start convulsing.
Dude. Did I kill it?
It's a Honda. What do you expect?
I can't believe that, man. I wonder when the last time this thing ran. It smells good, too.
I don't think anybody started it in the last year. So that's crazy. I feel a little silly for pushing it all the way in here now.
That was, I mean, it started right up.
Yeah, no hesitation. Oh, is she
Something's
leaking?
leaking. It's leaking, yep.
Yeah.
Thought I heard something. What is it with me and the leaking carburetors?
Oh, yeah, she's just peeing everywhere. That's all right. You can leave it there. I'll just throw a rag under it.
I think you know what I'm going to ask, John.
What do you ask?
We got to ride this thing.
It wasn't peeing everywhere. We're going to run out of fuel quick.
Yeah. Do you think, was it, I wonder if it was doing that when it was running. You know, sometimes when the needle valve is on its way out, when it's running, the vibrations kind of keep it.
Right. We can start it again and see what it does.
Give it a shot. You start it, dude. This is John's toy. Is it off? Is she pouring? I don't see anything. And now it just started dripping. It's dripping, yeah. Yeah, I can see it dripping down there. It's probably float.
Yep.
Pretty damn good, though, for sitting for so long, especially a two-stroke. And it just fired up like that. I bet you warm this thing up, man, and
It'd be ready to rip.
Mm-hmm. It's just so cool. This is like the ultimate go-kart. You know, I remember looking at like 5, 6, 6.5 horsepower was like badass.
Oh, yeah.
And if you got like an 8 horsepower, they were called Manco, Dingo, I think was the 10 horsepower one. And that was like the coolest shit ever. And this, I would guess this has like 40 plus horsepower.
Right at 35 to 40.
Okay.
Is what I read online anywhere.
Do you know what they weigh? I wonder what they weigh.
I think it's sub 600 though.
John's going to be doing a build on this. I don't know if you want to tell him. But let's do this. I want to take you guys over here. There's another machine in here, and then you guys might be able to connect the dots. So if you come over here, you guys might know what this is. Probably if I come back here, you'll definitely know what it is. With that IRS. It's a TRX 700XX. Another pretty rare thing, but not quite as rare as the Pilot. And I think I'll just let John do the speaking for me because, well, you just know more about it, John, so tell us what you're doing.
Well, my crazy plan on this is to transplant that engine and drivetrain into the Pilot. Now, I know I'm probably going to get roasted for taking a machine like the Pilot and cramming this powertrain into it. But I think once I hop up this engine, it's going to certainly make it faster, and it's going to be cool.
And what made you want a 700XX?
One, I wanted to keep it in the Honda family. And two, I wanted the independent rear suspension, especially that rear section. That is going to be key to being able to go in that the other machine.
So you're actually thinking to take the whole rear assembly, not just the engine itself?
The whole thing. Am I going to be able to build all the tabs from scratch? We'll see. I may end up using that lower frame carrier because this actually bolted in and then transfer it over to the Pilot.
Oh, the carrier bolts in.
Mm-hmm. Down here. You can see where it attaches up at the frame up here. So this whole section that's holding that, let's call it the rear differential, I'd like to be able to transfer over to that one.
The only thing is it's long. I mean, you could probably shorten this up a little bit, make the chain drive a little shorter.
I'm going to have to. To fit inside, in between the seat and the back of that, I've got like 1 inch to spare, and that's it. And that's just measuring the rear differential and the engine front to back. They're going to have to be like that far apart.
Yeah, interesting pick.
I know.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just. And did you happen to measure the width of this thing?
They're very close. They really are. And the distance I have to work with the engine and the differential, it's within 1 inch of getting inside of the frame as it sits. So if I have to make all my own tabs, I can do that, but I'd rather transfer it over.
So actually, this was kind of thought out.
A little bit.
Like more thought out than what you portrayed before. Because John and I were talking about this before, and I was like, dude, why would you choose this platform? But it does kind of make sense. And are you going to keep the chain drive?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is such an interesting system here because the chain drive is centered up. It will basically center almost
It's close.
in the back.
It's off axis, maybe 4 inches.
Yeah, there's like a separate like gearbox here.
That's a reduction gearbox
gear reduction?
that they put on it.
You can see it's like this is where the normal sprocket would be behind this. And it's almost as if they just bolted this right to the engine. And then the sprocket's on the flip side
Toward the
in
middle.
there. So like this in itself is a pretty interesting machine. How much horsepower do you think you're going to be able to crank out of this?
That's going to be debatable, I'm afraid to say. But with the big bore kit, I think we get north of 45 out of it.
I think that's definitely doable. I don't know what the stock is on these. I know they weren't known to be like power horses. I would guess that they made like between 30 and 35.
I think they made him between 35 and 40. So if I can get 45, 50 out of it, I'll be happy.
Yeah, and I know they make a lot of torque.
That's
Which-
what I'm really after.
Yeah, so because the factory pilot engine, like if that makes 40 horsepower, it probably makes like 20 or so foot-pounds of torque.
Not a lot.
Yeah, so-
It only wants to run at the upper RPM range.
Well, that's going to be cool, man. I wish I could stick around and help you with this. Where can people go if they want to watch this build?
As it unfolds, head over to our YouTube channel on Partzilla, and we'll start posting as we go, for better, for worse. Hopefully, I can pull all of this off.
Final question, dude. How long do you think it's going to take you to do?
What do you think, Trace? That sounds like 6 months to me.
Yeah.
6 months is kind of like an understatement. I was thinking like a year.
It may take that long. Believe me, I'll have other projects I'm working on as well, but we'll try not to let this one languish too much.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend how seamlessly or not seamlessly that rear end goes on the other one. If you can do that pretty easily.
That's going to be critical. Once I break both machines down and really start moving part A over to part B, that's going to tell the story.
And I got to ask John, have you sat in that pilot yet? Because
I haven't even squeezed my tail in there.
yeah,
yet.
I can barely fit in that damn thing. I would love to see John in there.
The seat's going to have to go all the way down and all the way back, and it will not be that same seat. I'll put in probably a racing cart seat.
Okay.
Because, I'll go ahead and tell you, my plan is to run that in the SCCA Solo 2 experimental class. Yeah, that's what the plan is for that one. We're going to drop it all the way down, put a set of slicks on it, and go race it.
Hell yeah, man. I hope I can. Maybe I'll come back for that. That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be entertaining. It'll either perform fantastically or fail spectacularly.
Yeah. I think it'll be cool.
Either way, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Both of these machines are things that you don't get to see too often. A lot of people have asked me to do one of these 700XXs, maybe something down the road. I could do one of these, but the pilot would be awesome also. I just thought it would be so cool to share with you guys. And while we're here, I don't know if, John, you could take us around the Partzilla studio. If you guys, looked over our shoulder here the whole time, this place is pretty legit. I mean, this is a real studio. You can see all the camera equipment. We've even got a camera professional, Tracy. And just really cool stuff in here. If you look at this camera boom, it's pretty legit. And apparently this came from the Jerry Springer set. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's what I was told. I bought it online. Imagine that, eBay. Yeah, this was used on the Jerry Springer set. And I said, well, do I have to pay extra for that?
What'd you say is like your favorite area of the shop?
No, right here in the middle. They torture me over here having to do product. Talking about products and whatnot.
It's a nice little setup, though. It's nice when you have a whole area that you don't have to set everything up. You can
Correct.
it's all set up for you and ready to rock and roll.
That and the other side, we do our Partzilla Live on Fridays at 3.
If you guys have ever seen the Partzilla Lives, probably looks familiar.
And I'll spend about 20 or 30 minutes just answering questions that come in on the fly.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive. Some of the questions you get are about like really random stuff too. And I'm like,
Some things I have to research. I can't give an answer just right off the top of my head.
like
Especially
really
if they ask-
specific, like a
Oh
97
yeah, they asked me
GSX.
about a torque value on a 1973 whatever. No, I'm not going to know off the top of my head, but I know where to look.
If anybody would know, though, it would be John.
Probably.
John's like the all-knowing guru when it comes to this stuff. Definitely knows his way around a wrench.
Oh, I just know where to look.
It was pretty awesome coming out here to Partzilla. I got to see the distribution center, which is out of control. You guys are going to see that. What they've got going on behind the scenes here is, I've been in a lot of warehouses, and there's something special about this one.
That's no word of a lie, guys. This is one of the most impressive warehouses that I've seen yet. What you're seeing on the screen is an automated system that they use that is like a giant vending machine of parts. I can't wait to show you guys this, and I did make videos taking a tour of the facility, but that's for another video. For now, we have some machines to pick up, so we're gonna head to an auxiliary location where Partzilla stores a lot of their overflow. You guys got a good inventory at the pharmacy.
All right, let's see it. Right in door number 2.
It's hard to walk past this stuff. He's got a whole, look at these things. Oh, it smells good in here. We might have to push these out. Yeah, we got to push them out of here. I can't even see. It's funny, this blue one is the one that I'm like drawn to though, because I can tell it needs work. And you know what's funny? My first Banshee that I ever did had red spray paint just like this all over it.
Contestant number 1.
Oh, I see we're missing some airbox boots. Yeah, this is perfect. A lot of spray paint. The wheel spacers. Oh my God. You never want to see wheel spacers, especially on the front. It actually doesn't look that bad though. Yeah, look at this. Look at the intake. Oh, John's in there busy. The classic boost bottle. Those are nothing but trouble. I bet you these are original plastics probably. I think these are the real carbs. There's always knockoff carburetors. Yep. I believe these are real. That's good. Some kind of aftermarket dome head. And the FMFs. It's just a clapped out Banshee. Well, this is good stuff.
Yep.
Lone Star is good. The Work shocks. These are like older
Works performance.
Older Works, but they're good shocks. I've never seen this bumper before. It's like an old Bling Star. Or, it looks like an RPM.
Looks like West Coast chopper.
Yeah. The engine looks pretty basic. It's hard to tell though. You never know. It has OEM cylinders. Reed spacers, V-Force 4s. Some kind of aftermarket carbs, probably like 28s. The factory is 26. They put a little temperature gauge in there. I think right where I had mine run. Built suspension in the back. Did you see this swing arm?
I'm not feeling a lot of compression or rebound there.
This is a custom, this is welded. You see this?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this is a factory swing arm that somebody cut and welded. You can kind of see it's a little sloppy. They cut that swing arm right in half, it looks like, and they extended it. See this brace running all the way up here?
I see it.
Goes all the way up. I'm not sure I would trust that. Don't worry, China's got them. You can get them in +2, +4, +6, and +10, and +8. You can get pretty much anything from China. Still got the parking brake. That's pretty impressive. Usually those get removed right away. And these are the old school silencers for FMF. I actually really like these. That's the new style.
Gotcha.
But the same FMF fatties, I think, are on both of them. Oh, these are SSTs. They're a little bit different. The fatty's a down low pipe, and I think the SST was more of a mid-range pipe, but I'm not 100% sure. Whew.
Any other goodies?
I don't know. These are goodies if they're real. There's a lot of knockoffs. I'd have to take it off and look at them. It's hard to say. It's hard, who the hell knows what's going on inside? You know what I mean? It could have Chinese tin can pistons in there, or it could have, who the hell knows? But from the outside, it looks pretty much stock. Twist throttle. Mm-hmm. You know, whoever had this was a madman. Do they run? Do you know?
I don't think they've started in quite a while.
Oh my God! Smell that.
That bad?
It smells like rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, well, my nose barely works, but even I can tell that's not good.
That smells like somebody put like hand sanitizer in it. Oh. That's why the gas was off.
How about when's the last time these ran, if ever?
Maybe like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that one right there, the transmission, you can only go up.
This one?
Because they cut the transmission like for straight racing. Like if you try to get to 6, to get down, like you gotta stop completely.
Oh, it's a, what's that, an overdrive transmission? Yeah, they do that in Banshees. If you don't do that, if you don't shift it right, you can actually destroy them pretty easily.
Yeah, so, yep.
I'm glad you told me that. That tells me that there's probably something in the top end.
Okay.
This one here, it was used for parts.
Okay, that's really surprising to hear that the transmission has that. So now I'm actually pretty curious to see what's inside. Because that usually is for drag racing, and maybe it's got Wampus cylinders. Those are the ones that look like they're stock, but they're not. I don't know. I don't remember why they call them Wampus. Maybe that's why the gas smells so weird.
Racing.
It's got some kind of. Is that what it is, VP? Yeah. Do you know what kind?
I'm not sure what.
It just smells weird, but it doesn't smell normal. It smells like it's got. I'm telling you, it smells like it's got
That's
alcohol.
probably 110.
Very interesting.
Thanks, sir.
It's got an alarm system. And it feels pretty tight.
That one
Sorta.
looks like a Survivor. I don't think it's been touched.
Look at this little thumb throttle.
Yeah, the carburetor is the only issue with that. You gotta find a carburetor.
This just looks like fun, man.
Yeah, I used to one like ATC 110, 125.
Yeah. That's cool. Nice tires on it. The front tire looks almost brand new. This one too, look at that. Those are some square knobbies. Yeah, this is the one. I posted the pictures and they were like, man. Look, it's got a cage on the reservoir. I guess they expect you rolling it. Oh my gosh, this clutch is so tight. Doesn't feel like it's got very much compression. John sold me a bill of goods. He said they were all in mint condition.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, these are going to be fun, man.
I can't wait to see what you do with all of them.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, even just these two, just get them running first. And
I'm figuring that's the perfect candidate for your
that one's perfect.
for your Banshee project. I wish that one was in a little bit better shape, but hey.
That's okay. You know what I mean?
I know a guy.
The whole thing, the worse they are, the better, because that's what I do is I fix them up. So
The question is, when are you coming back for this?
yeah, man, I'm never coming back for that. What even is this? Like a?
I think it started off as a general. It's a general.
Oh my gosh, it must weigh a ton. And can you imagine with those things on it?
We replaced the axle like maybe 5 times. It's right here. We replace that. Every time we use it, this breaks off. Yep.
I wonder if these are custom made.
It is custom made, yep.
Yeah, it just looks.
Somebody was cussing while they were made. That's what happened.
It's like you're right. This looks like a show, something for a like a show.
That's it.
Especially like I can imagine with the jet ski on the back. Yeah, this is
A huge waste of effort.
Wow.
Told you.
Lunch meats, bread, produce, beer, dairy. They don't really need this Kawasaki, I don't think. Like if this disappeared, would anybody really notice? I don't think so.
They would notice.
Well guys, I picked up all 4 of these, and yes, I managed to fit them all in the trailer. These are gonna be some awesome projects. I can't wait to tell you what my plans are for the Banshee build. You guys aren't going to see this one coming. I also can't wait to show you guys the Partzilla distribution center. That video will be coming soon. And don't forget, the Tri-Z giveaway is going on right now. All you have to do is get one of these Tri-Z hats and you will be automatically entered to win. The winner will get to choose from my fully restored Yamaha Tri-Z 250, or they can take home $5 grand cash. You can enter on my website, michaelsabo.com, or just click the link in the pinned comment below. It's been an awesome time hanging out here at Partzilla, but it's time to drive about 1,000 miles home and get these machines unloaded. I'll see you guys in the next video. If you enjoyed this one, please give it a thumbs up, and also consider subscribing for more content like this. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts. Because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to tackle rebuilding the carburetor off our 2005 Honda CRF 450R. Now we're using a combination of both OEM and aftermarket parts. So let's step over to the table. Let me show you what we're going to use, and then we'll dive into this. All right guys, what I've decided to go with is the main rebuild kit I'm getting from Moose. Now to that, I may go into the midsection, and it's also another kit by Moose where we can go in and replace these different gaskets and O-rings if I determine that we need to dive in that far. Now to that, I'm adding in some OEM parts because let's face it, she is 16 years old, so chances are we're going to need to go through and replace the accelerator pump pieces, float bowl, slide, the adjusters, the hot start, and even the choke. I mean, it's pretty well worn. I mean, every other piece that we worked on in this machine, it had to be completely reworked, and I don't imagine it's going to be any different once I open up the carburetor. Now, I've got all my parts assembled. Let me go open up my toolbox and we'll pull it apart and see what's going on inside. So let's go. All right guys, let's start by taking off our float bowl. Now take note where each one of these brackets are, because we want to get those in the same position when we go to reinstall it. Also, the screws, the Phillips head screws that we're working with, it makes sure that you've got a JIS type screwdriver. Otherwise, you're probably going to strip them. Now, if yours are corroded and they don't want to release, you may want to use a JIS tip with an impact. But these, so far, seem to be coming out just fine. Now, I'd looked at this carb several months ago and just did a basic clean on it. We basically just pulled it apart, blew out the jets, and it looked in decent shape. This video, we're going to dive much deeper into it. And that's a 6mm, by the way. Let's get our main out. Now, as you're doing this, you may want to go to Partzilla.com and bring up your particular year, make, and model, and that's going to give you a great exploded diagram of how everything comes apart, and more importantly, how it's supposed to go back together. All right, next we're going to take out our idle air jet, but we want to tighten it all the way down loosely, see how many turns it took, and then we'll bring it back out to the same setting when we reinstall it. There's 1.5. I was expecting closer to 2. So what you're going to see on the other side of this is a spring, a washer, and then an O-ring. Trust me, well, it should be in there. There's our spring. There's our O-ring. Now, did you just catch that? It's the wrong order. Well, I guess they could have tumbled around each other, but there it is. Now, there is enough room down to where I guess they could have traded positions, but All right, next let's get out our low and what I would consider a mid-jet. So far, so good. All right, we are replacing the throttle stop, so let's go ahead and get it out of the way. Be very careful when you're working with these. What you want to do is just squeeze a couple of areas and just break it loose, and then go ahead and push it off. Now, do you have to remove these to do a clean? No, but I'm replacing these two. And this carb is basically going to be new by the time I'm finished with it. Ooh. Well, that was worth doing. It looks like a bunch of bugs died in it. Oh, that is crazy. Makes me wonder what else we're going to find inside of this thing. Like we're doing an archaeological dig. Let's see if we can get our accelerator pump rod to release. That's all of our jets out. Let's go after our jet needle as well as the slide itself. These are 3mm hex. Our gaskets are looking really, really flat. So she needs everything we're doing. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Now, let's get our main out. I believe that's a 4mm, the cap, that is. Now, we should be able to get our main out. Yeah, this one has a lot of miles on it, no doubt. I can feel the ridges. Now, there is one ridge there. That's part of the manufacturing process. But right here, there's like a little dip where it's just worn itself against that slide. And you know, if the metal is worn, that plastic slide's going to be even worse. Now, to get our slide out, you remove this Phillips. And what that will allow you to do is rotate up the holder where it'll release the slide, and it just basically rolls out. Now, there is a little bit of tension because of the spring. You have to release that. Now, up and out. Lots of wear on all of this. Believe it or not, when you order one of these, this is how it comes, and you order this one wheel separately. So if you're going to replace this, make sure you do that. Otherwise, you're going to say, well, I guess Honda forgot that fourth wheel. No, they didn't. It's just ordered separately. One more hose. Now let's get out our choke. 14mm, but keep in mind it's plastic, so be gentle with it if you're going to reuse yours. I am going to replace it. Guys, for the most part, I'd say 80% of this would be reusable. I'm going this far into it. The kits are not that expensive, so I'm going to go ahead and replace all of it. When Honda built this, they pretty much made it to where you have to dig out some type of sealer so we can actually get our 2.5mm hex in there. If I knew the history of this bike and knew that this had not been submerged in carb cleaner, I probably wouldn't open this up. But I don't know. So we are going to go ahead and open it up. And it may be for nothing, but if you did dump this inside of a really caustic type carb cleaning solution, chances are you're going to damage those O-rings on the inside. So that is why I'm doing it. And when you're cleaning this out, make sure that you've got enough of it out where your hex can go all the way in. Otherwise, it's going to strip. You've got the 4 on the outside, and you've got 2 more on the inside. And actually, they're 2mm on the inside. Now, be careful when you're doing this. There we go. Let's see what we've got inside here, guys. A bunch of flat pancakes. Yeah, this was worth doing. Look at this. Tell me that wasn't about to let go. And this mess that's in there. There's no other way to get to this. Everything I'm extracting is rather crunchy. There we go. Oof. Now the fun part, cleaning off all this and getting the residual adhesive off. Time consuming, but has to be done. So I doubt this had ever been dunked. See what solvent does to the stuff? But there was no way to know that without opening it up. All right. Inlet tube. There may be a screen on the inside of it. I have seen it before. Ooh, those O-rings don't want to let it go. The good part is I have another one of these. There we go. Now, that wasn't going to leak later. Once again, sometimes diving to the bottom is the best move. Try to only use carb cleaner with a Q-tip. Resist the temptation to put anything with metal on the end of it, even a small brush. That would probably scar the walls and then make a mess out of it. All we're doing now, guys, is just blowing out all of the different passageways with some carb cleaner. Not a lot to talk about right here, just a lot of cleaning. This is a access point where you can get to the jets, or the main jet at least, without taking the carb off. You just kick it up sideways, remove this, and then you can get to your main jet so you can make changes at the track quickly. All right, and last but not least, let's take off our accelerator pump. What you would want to be looking for is to see if these are completely flattened out, which they are, or if there's any tears in the diaphragm itself. But this one is a little too stiff, so I'd say it was time to swap it out. A little bit of corrosion on the inside, nothing terrible. When you go to replace this one, I believe it's the side that's facing toward the cover is flat, and what's going toward the base of the carb has kind of a rounded edge, so be aware of that when you go to replace it. Now if you're reusing your cover, you can just blow it out through here, but the OEM kit has the cover as well, so I don't need to worry about that. All right, guys, some assembly required, no problem. That guy goes here, new diaphragm with the edge going in. I would imagine the last time this bike actually ran that it had a stumble, some hesitation to say the least. All right, when you're installing this, make sure that that O-ring doesn't fall out as you're bringing it down. The way I usually do this is I replace each part. I keep everybody separate. And then hopefully, by the time done, this whole area will be empty. Because if it's not, that means I missed something. All right, let's start working with our midsection. Here's where you need to make sure you've got everything really clean and really dry. And what we're going to use is some O-ring adhesive, and we're not going to slather it all over the place, but that's basically what you were looking at on the O-rings that were in there, because the chances of you getting it to stay in this little track over to there, you can try it if you want to. I just don't see it happening. So what I will do is use some adhesive just around the bottom of the tracks, lay it in there, let it set for a minute or two, then we can install it, and we'll be sure that it's going to actually stay in the grooves, because let's face it, if it goes over the edge, this isn't going to work right. If you put too much, you could end up stopping up the passages that we're trying to seal. Time consuming and tedious, but absolutely necessary. Make sure you've got your orientation correct. There you go. So we'll let that set for a minute or two, and then she'll be ready to go on. All right, next up, let's hit some of our critical points for our next O-ring / gasket so it holds it in place. Using a Q-tip seems to be a good technique for getting in these small channels. And you press it down in and then just lift straight off. Now let's layer in place. lightly seat it until you're sure you've got it in the right location, and then press it in. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time trying to get it to release, because it is critical you keep it down inside the channels. Good to go. Part of me understands why Honda probably doesn't want you to pull this apart, but in our case, it had to be done. It is so critical that when you clean this old adhesive out of here, that you get all of it out, because all of this would do a fantastic job of stopping up your jets. So don't miss anything. All right, let's go. All right, we're going to go back with a little bit of blue Loctite on all of these screws. And the kit does come with new ones, which makes it nice. Making progress, guys, making progress. Those inner bolts actually hold on that ring right there. By having it in the bore, that made sure it was aligned correctly. All 4 of those are still in the right place. Let's go. We'll get all 4 of them started and just set, and then do the final tightening once they're all in place, just to make sure she's centered. We go to do the final tightening. We'll go around a couple of times because it's pulling into those new O-rings. So what may seem like it's tight the first time around, when you come back around to it, it may need a little bit more to be even with the others. All right. Next, let's get our 3 O-rings on our new gas line input. Here's the tough one. Once we get over the first 2, then it'll be easier to get it into that last groove. Plus, we're going to put a little bit of grease on these O-rings. Otherwise, it would be pretty tough to get this to drop in there. I think we're good to go. Oh, there is one other thing we need to do, otherwise I'll forget. You've got a retaining bolt that goes here to where you can't pull it back out by accident. Okay, let's get our new slide assembled. With the OEM part number, you get the associated seal that goes right here with this plate, and it goes into the groove like that. It's something you need to note right here. Don't be tempted to go this direction with it. It actually goes like that. I've yet to figure out why in the world there's the detachable 4th wheel. But that's the way it goes. Then let's bring over our arm. Down she goes. Let's go ahead and set our main needle at the same spot. We're going to put it in the same position as the jet that came out, and that's going to be 3 up from the tip. All right, down you go. At this point, we need to be careful when we're working with the rest of the carb not to pinch this or bend it. And let's get our holder back in. Back to our adhesive. I know working with this adhesive is kind of a pain, but if you're working on the bike in a live setting at the track, knowing that that O-ring is going to stay in place makes me feel better. Because this stuff does not let go easily. Now, good to go. Now let's get this closed up. Same screws as we took out. Don't forget the wire holder for your throttle position sensor. So far, so good. All right, let's get our slow jet in first. Then our starter. Now, bring in our baffle, our main jet tube, and then our main. All right, so this was our slow, our main, and our starter. And our pilot's going to end up going right here. Now with the kit, our pilot jet or screw looks a little bit different, this versus this. But you'll see that it's actually the same. It just has an extension on it where you can turn it with your hand, a little bit easier to use. So we got spring, washer, and then O-ring. And here's where you're going to let gravity be your friend. We're going to install it like this. Make sure we're good. Yep. All right, lightly bottom it. And then we're going to bring it out 1 3/4. How about we start like that? There we go. All right, bring our float needle and then hang it on that little tang. Now just tilt the carb towards you a little bit so it stays on there. And drop her in. And get our pin in place. There you go. One more thing, let's go ahead and get in our accelerator pump arm. It actually gets pushed right into there. Just bring that in and then it'll just snap in. There we go. That's what we want. All right, now let's get on our float bowl. We're going to go ahead and glue it in. So goofy of me. I don't know why I thought the bowl would go on. So let's take our pilot back out. Hopefully everybody will come back out. Yep, I heard everything. That's the one disadvantage going with this system. You have to take this out if you're going to take off your float bowl. With the Moose kit, they sent you new screws, so I guess we can use them. Now, does everybody remember what went where as far as the line holders? They were over on the pump side, and the other one right here. So that's what she should look like as far as your guides for your hoses. And now we can get our pilot screw installed. Now that the float bowl's on, we'll bottom it out, then bring it out 1 3/4. So there's 1 3/4. Next, let's go for our throttle stop. Spring washer. Start bringing it in. We'll engage it. Crack it just a little bit. All right, now swing that around. I think we're down to just the choke. This is plastic, so don't over tighten it. Just seat it. You don't need to get the new clips, although you can order them separately, but I'm just going to take the old ones off and they'll work fine. Easy to pull out, hard to get them back in there. All right, guys, if you're looking at the carb like this, you've got the two. They're not really tied together, they're just attached at this point. That's mainly just to hold it. But basically one comes over, crosses over and goes down, and then its counterpart does the same thing down the other side. And that leaves you two more, which are here, and they just drop straight down through the holders next to it. And then of course you've got the overflow that's coming off your float bowl. But that's all there is to it. All right, guys, look at there. Everything is gone except for just the cover and the retaining bolt. So that means it is time to get it mounted on the machine. But that is going to be in a separate video. Well, listen, guys, if you need any parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at the NOCO Genius 10 battery charger and maintainer. Now we've got 3 batteries in front of me. One's in good shape, one's in fair shape, and the other one's in serious trouble. And we're going to investigate how to use this charger and see if it can bring all 3 of them up to spec. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. Just to give you a quick overview of this particular charger, it is capable of delivering up to 10 amps of charging power. Now it can do this for a regular lead acid battery, an AGM, and even a lithium in the 12 volt range. Now in the 6 volt range, it can do an AGM or a regular flooded. Now it can also act as a 12 volt power supply, then it has a 12 volt repair circuit that it can enter, and then beyond that it's got a rescue mode to where they say it's capable of bringing a battery back with as little as just 1 volt, and we have one in that serious need. So let's fire it up, test each one of these batteries, and then see what it can do. Now our battery in the middle, we know it's good to go. It's been serviced recently and just finished charging. I believe it was 2 days ago. But let's go ahead and take a look at it with both our voltmeter as well as a tester. Now she's reading 12.76 volts. That's what you want to see, at least looking at it with a voltmeter. Now let's take a peek at the one next to it. Now the story on this one, it has been just sitting on a shelf. It's been charged roughly a year ago, and it's just been sitting in a controlled environment. Now I know the voltage on it is a little bit low, but not drastically low. So it's sitting at 11.89 volts. For this one, I think we can just put it into repair mode, or maybe even just charge mode, and we'll see if it can bring it up. The story behind this battery. This was put in service about a year ago as well. It was actually installed in a unit, and then that unit was parked back on the back lot for about a year. And, well, we will see. It wouldn't even light up the dash. It was actually in a gold wing, if I remember correctly. Let's see where you're sitting at. All right. 1.244 volts. So we've got our voltages. Let's go with our digital tester from Firepower and really take a look inside to see what we have. We'll start off with our new one. And we want to change that to AGM flat plate. We're going to measure cold cranking amps, 240. Let's see what we've got. All right, state of health, 100%. State of charge, 98. 12.65 volts. It's saying it can kick out 455 cold cranking amps. Okay, and rated at 240, so she's overly healthy. Now, let's take a look at our shelf battery and see what it's got left. 11.82 volts, about the same as our meter. She's out of the vehicle. Before the charge. And we want to go to an AGM flat plate, 240 cold cranking amps. All right, state of health, 100%. State of charge, 0. 11.79 volts, 185 amps, cold cranking amps available, rated at 240. So she's saying it's good, go ahead and recharge it. All right, last but not least, let's take a look at our really dead battery. And I can pretty much go ahead and guarantee you that this one doesn't have enough voltage to even start the analyzer. And no, nothing there. We saw that earlier with our voltmeter. It was a little over just 1 volt, and that's not even enough to power this tester. So that one's going to be the real challenge sitting on the table. So let's move these two to the side for a moment. Bring in our shelf battery. And what we're going to do is hook up our meter so we can watch and see what the charger is doing when it's going through its charging process. Now the decision we have to make, do we put this in repair mode or do we put it in just regular charging mode? But I think she's been sitting there long enough, especially when it said its state of charge was 0. We're going to bring it over into repair mode, which is over here. We bring it across to the lithium, hold it for 3 seconds, then it'll light up the 6 volt, and we continue to scroll through the chain till we get over to repair. So 12, AGM, lithium, hold, 6 volt AGM, supply, and then repair. Let's see what she does. There, going into a pretty strong charge mode. All right, this is going to be a little while. So we're going to let this thing go through its motions and see where we end up, and then come back and test it. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Well, probably a good while. So, good morning. Where did we leave off? Well, it basically charged throughout the night. Now, when it stopped, I'm not really sure, but this is what I walked into. It's in standby mode. Of course, my meter is off because it timed out. Let's see what voltage we're at, and then we're going to use our tester to see where we ended up. $12.8, that's looking promising. But that doesn't tell us the whole story. Let's see what the digital tester tells us. I'm really impressed with this unit so far. All right, out of vehicle, after charge, AGM, CCA, 240. Let's see what you got. Wow. I'm impressed. State of health, 100%. State of charge, 98. That's almost identical to what this new battery was doing. So, yes, it revived a battery that had been sitting on a shelf for a year. But now, let's really put it to the test with one with just barely a volt in it to see if it can do it. Now, we're going to put it into what they call force mode, and I believe that goes through a cycle for 5 minutes. And after that, we'll try that rescue mode and see what it can do with it. Or repair mode, I think that's what they call it. But so far, so good. All right, now Now we already know that this won't even read on a battery that is that dead. So we have to just use our voltmeter to re-verify where we are when we start this process. I think it was like 1.02 volts or something like that, in that neighborhood. .243. Bad. So let's bring in our charge cables, get it into force mode, and then see what she can do. We should hold this for about 5 to 7 seconds, and then all of the available modes will flash. Now if that doesn't happen, that means it actually can see the battery, and I can disconnect one of these and show you how to get it in there. But let's see if she'll go. Okay, so it sees it. So let's assume that it's under a volt, so that it doesn't see the battery at all. So to get it into force mode, which will let it go ahead and charge even though it can't sense the battery. All right, see, all the available modes they're flashing now, so we could take it over to AGM and it would start forcing it. But it can see the voltage, so there's no need for us to put it into force mode. See, it's going through it as if the battery's connected, or it's not sensing the battery, so it's just forcing it to go ahead and charge no matter what, even though it's not even connected at the moment. And that's what force mode allows it to do. So let's take it back out, and what we're going to go for is another repair on this one. So let's turn it on, bring it to the end, 3 seconds, lights up the other available choices, repair. Now we're going to let it run. And I guarantee you this is going to be a while. So more than likely, we're going to see you tomorrow again. But maybe by the end of the day, it may be through, and then we'll retest it and see where we ended up. So until then. All right, guys, it's been a few hours. It has completed its cycle. Let's see if we've got anything. No, it took it from a volt to about 2.6. So not looking too good for this battery. But I've got one more thing I want to try. Just came in today, Noco Genius Pro 25. Big boy, can do 24 volts as well. Let's get it hooked up and just give it one more shot to see if that battery is recoverable. So let's do it. You should see this thing even has a felt lined carrying case. Feeling like working with royalty. All right, big guy. Let's see what you got. Tell you what, the build quality of the Noco stuff is, it's impressive. Really impressive. I like this stuff if you can't tell. I haven't read through the manual, but I would bet it's very similar to the 10. Guess we'll find out here in a few minutes. Alright, so let's bring her up. Ooh, even got a fan on it. Did y'all hear that? Alright, we don't want it. We want to go straight around to repair 12 volts. So we'll bring it here. 3 seconds. All right, how do we get down there, guys? This is a little bit different. I bet you it's going to be 5 seconds. So there we go. Now we've got it set for repair, 12 volts. Hitting it hard in between 3 and almost 16 volts. So let's see what this one can do. This is your last chance. We'll see what it's got. And welcome back. It is now morning. Let's flip it on and see what we got. Actually, I got so nervous when we were charging it yesterday, and I knew I was going to leave it overnight. I moved it over to a stainless steel cart as if it was going to have a fit and fall in it. I didn't want to have it do it on a combustible table. I took a couple of temperature readings, and that center cell was sitting at like 135 degrees. I was like, ooh, this could go wrong. But it's still in one piece. It's nice and cool this morning. Let's take a peek and see where we ended up. No go. Under half a volt. So if anything, it tried and then ended up making it worse. So there's just no way that this battery is ever going to come back. It is heading off to be recycled at this point. So what did we learn from all this? Brand new battery, started the machine maybe 2 or 3 times, put in a storage container, extreme cold, extreme heat. Yeah, it was not going to survive. What should we have done? We should have invested in just one of these. Pulled it out of the machine, put it on a shelf, and let this little maintainer charger take care of it. Well, there we go. We went through each type of scenario. Brand new battery, one that had been sitting on a shelf in a controlled environment. We were able to resuscitate that one, and one that was just too far gone, even for this big behemoth to try to bring back. Well, if you need any chargers or any other parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscription button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on or talking about in the future. Well, we just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com, and today we're going to be focused in on installing a Racetech Gold valve system on the rear shock of our 2005 CRF 450R. Now, we already know who the rider is, so I've already built up both the compression and the rebound stacks. And as you can see, you'll have a few shims left over, but hey, this kit is designed to cover a wide range of setups, so you can expect that. We also have the correct spring rate for the rider and his intended use of this particular machine. And it's really not that tough to do, so there's nothing to be afraid of. So let me get this table out of the way, bring over our teardown bench, and then I'll show you how to get it installed. All right, guys, so here we go. Like I said, this is not a very difficult procedure. When you buy the kit, when it shows up, definitely hold on to this one particular piece of paper, because that has your access code. When you go to the Racetech website, you enter in that code, and then it generates a setup sheet depending on your specifications. And what that is going to give you is the shim stack for the compression, the rebound, any bleed holes that you may need to be drilled. And they even give the setups as far as your compression and rebound, and even your sag setting, depending on your rider weight. So this is pretty much the chart that we used to determine and then pick out our shim stack, which I've already done. Using just a regular caliper, you measure the outer diameter and the thickness, and then stack them as you go. Now, for the setup instructions for our spec sheet, they call for a 1.6 millimeter piston bleed hole, and where that is going to be is right here. You can see where they started to drill through, but now we just need to complete it with the right size drill bit. Now 1.6, that should equate to a 1/16 inch if memory serves. So let's go ahead and start out by drilling that out and just being very careful not to leave any shavings when we're done. Alright guys, you can do this freehand if you want to, but I would recommend using a drill press because where that comes out, there's not a lot of margin for error. Now what I want to do here is make sure there are no edges that need to be sanded or filed off and that there are no shavings anywhere. So we're going to clean it up with a little bit of suspension clean and then we can continue. Alright guys, let's start putting our shaft together. We're going to go back with the original parts and then we're going to add in the necessary shim stacks. So all this is as you took it apart, and once again, if you need help getting this apart and putting it back together, reference our playlist and I'll walk you through the entire process. Next, let's get on our base plate, and these came out of the original shock. So that thin one first, and then the actual base plate. Right now we can get on our compression stack, and this one is a two-stage, so there is that oddball crossover one that's actually sandwiched in here. So let's see if we can get these to go on without making a big mess. Next, we can get in the piston, and we want the 6 ports facing down into the compression stack. So that's those right there. All right, now let's get our rebound stack on, our 3 ports facing up. All right, let's see what that left us on our stack height. I'll go ahead and tell you it's going to be too short because we can't run out of thread. So we need to close that distance with spacers, and they're going to go down here. And I can tell you that 1 is not going to do it, because see that area there? We need to be right at the halfway point. So we will probably end up using both of these spacers that came with the kit. So let's get that out of the way. Carefully take our piston as well as our shim stack off completely. Our compression side. Now, go back on, put on our 2 spacers. Now, let's reinstall our shim stack, piston, rebound. Now the base. That's what we want. So now we're not going to run out of thread, and we can torque it appropriately. Now granted, this is a new shaft that I'm using. Yours, if you were reusing it, had already been filed down all the way around. So you would definitely want to use red Loctite, and we're going to use that as well just to make sure. Now the kit comes with red Loctite, but I've got plenty around. Word of warning here, don't put an excessive amount because we do not want any Loctite swirling around the internals of our shock. So just put a little bit directly on the threads of the nut itself. And then once we get this tightened down, wipe off any excess that's on the threads of the shaft itself. All right, this is critical. Make sure you're using a good torque wrench. And in our DVS settings, it says to torque it to 25 foot-pounds, so that's where we're heading. 24.8, I think that's going to be good enough. Looking good, looking really good. And just to make sure there was no contaminants that got in, we're going to go to this port on the side and blow through the shaft. So honestly, guys, this is nothing to really be afraid of. Just take your time, make sure you've got enough clearance to where you don't run out of threads, and you should be good to go. And this is going to be totally worth it for the environment that this machine is going to be ridden in. It's going to make a huge difference in ride quality. All right, next we have an O-ring that came with the kit. All right, guys, now we just need to take a look at it. And what we're looking for is to make sure that our outer shims completely cover the ports for both the rebound and the compression side. And they do. So this looks really good. Other part you can see is the crossovers in there. So there's just a little bit of gap where my fingernail is here. And then another one up top where that crossover one is. So this is ready to go. All right, guys, we're going to put this one together a little bit differently than I did in the rebuild video. I'm actually going to follow Racetech's assembly instructions just for something different. Let's check to make sure she's backed out all the way, because this one is brand new. Yep. All right, what we're going to do is fill it up from this direction until it overfills the bladder section ever so slightly. I'm just letting that equalize now. All right, we've got it filled to about right here. They aren't quite equalized, but that should be enough in there to where it'll just overflow a little bit when we put in the reservoir, because that's what we want. We want to try to get as much air out around it as possible. Yeah, that was more than enough. We could have gone down to here, but let's go ahead and go. This will get messy. You can count on it. You want to get it down just below that edge to where we can get our retaining clip in there. The silver clip. Now, let's go ahead and pull it up into position. And the good part is there shouldn't be any air anywhere in there with this technique. Now let's go ahead and put a little bit of pressure on this in 30 psi. We just want to overexpand the bladder to force it out against the walls. That'll make it more accurate as far as the amount of fluid we're putting in here. That should do it. Well, 28.5. As long as it's over 25, we'll be fine. Now we want to fill up the main reservoir, or the main shock body, till it's about 2 inches from the top. We're actually already pretty close. Doesn't have to be exact. I just want to get it close. Now, before we put the assembly back together, very important that you go ahead and get the locking rings to set the sag onto the main body, because they will not go on after the fact. So let's grab our assembly and our, they call this a ring. Trick is to make sure it stays in the groove as you're installing it into the body. Also make sure that you had a layer of suspension fluid on that O-ring to make it easier to get in there. Nice. That looks like I overfilled it a little bit, but that'll be okay. I was really close. Look at all those bubbles coming out. Trick is to draw it up slow, but don't bring it past that hole on the side of the shaft. Otherwise, it'll pull in air and you'll have to start over again. So we want to bring it down with a fair amount of force and bring it up slowly. All right, at this point, we want to get a dead blow mallet and actually shock it as we push it down. That's going to force out more air that may be trapped in between the individual shims. I think that we've got it. I'm not feeling or hearing any more air escaping, and I don't see any more either. All right, so now we can bring the seal head down, and about as far as we're going to be able to get it is where the O-ring is going to start to seal. Now once it tries to seal, then we'll push it down further while releasing pressure on the bladder. Otherwise, it's not going to go down. There's a bleed hole over here on this side. I want to lean it back to where air can escape right through there. Take your time. See, it's bubbling out right there. I think that's got it. There it goes. All right, so here's the trick. We've got pressure on here. We're going to release pressure on the bladder, and the seal head is going to drop down in there. Now, we can tap it down below and get our retaining clip in there. We are there. Get our clip in. Make sure that it is seated all the way around. All right, let's pressurize it one more time and make sure that that seal head seats correctly against that retaining clip. And the shaft should also extend up all the way if it isn't already. We'll put about 25 or 30 in there. There it goes. Now we can get our cap in place, and you want one of the weep holes, there's two, to be facing forward and aft. All right, now let's depressurize the bladder while pushing in on it. So we want to get as much air out as possible, so we're only putting in nitrogen. So we're going to collapse it. All right, that should have collapsed it in, and now we're actually ready to fill it. Now, if you don't want to go through this process, just take it to your local dealership and have them fill it up. And we are going to be taking it to 165 PSI. All right, here's where the fun begins. Now, granted, the reg is fairly expensive, so you may just want to take this to your dealer and have them do it. 150, 165. That's it. Ready to rock. That feels really good. I'm happy. If I remember correctly, that's on the same side, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and get our spring on. So it's the larger side down. Get our clip in, retaining clip that is. Make sure it's seated all the way around. Yep, that should do it. Let's lay it down and get our preload set. So we want to set this to 7 millimeters. So that's going to be just over a 1/4 inch, maybe to 5/16, somewhere in there. But this just gets us in the ballpark. The owner can set the sag, when he's actually sitting on the machine. I may even send him a Motion Pro tool so he can do that. Let's see where we are. Pretty good guess, John. That's we started at 10.5, and she's in 10 into the corner now. We'll go a little bit more. Now we can go ahead and lock that down. Amazing how easy these are to adjust when they're properly lubed up. Good to go. All right, next, Let's set our rebound and compression. All right, our high-speed compression is going to be 2.5 turns out. So let's bring her all the way in. So 2.5 turns. There's 1, 2.5. Now our low speed, we're going to do 10 clicks out. Our rebound is going to be 12 clicks out. Well, there it is. All right, guys, one last order of business. Now we are finished. All I have to do now, well, is go remount it to the bike. Well, listen, if you need any of these parts or others for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day. From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts. Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Sitting on the bench in front of us is a Can-Am X3 Turbo RR motor that was returned, and the customer states that it had a really noisy valve train, and that's piqued my interest. So we're going to open this one up, see what's going on inside, and then potentially do a really strong rebuild on it. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. All right, so let's open it up and see what we've got going on inside. Ooh, you can tell she sat for a little while. Got a little bit of surface rust here. But from what I can tell, they did not run this machine long at all. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and lock it down at top dead center, and looks like we're pretty much on it. Then we're gonna take off these cams, because what I wanna see is what kind of shape the tappets are in. So to lock it down, we're going to be using a couple of different tools. One, you bring it around to top dead center on the compression stroke. We're going to remove that, look in there with a flashlight and see if I can see the edge of a V-groove that's cut into one of the counterweights on the crankshaft. It'll tell me that she's sitting at top dead center. And this actually locks in that V. It's kind of wiggling its way in there, and it's got it now. Next, we can use our second tool that goes in up here that holds the cams in one position. So she just sits right on top of these cams where those edges are. Now we can go ahead and remove our tensioner, then our guides, get the chain off, and at that point we can lift the cams, the trays, everything off of the lifters, then take a peek and see if I'm right. We're not removing the cam gears from the cam, but I do want to get off this little plastic piece because I don't want to damage it as we're moving everything around. You need to remove your top guide, because that'll give you just enough room to get the chain off of the gears. Not a lot of wiggle room, but it does come off. Now at this point, we can take off the trays up top. So we're going to start on the outside and work our way in. Now with everything sitting at top dead center, there's going to be almost no pressure on any of the valves. So it may bring it up just a little bit, but it's certainly not compressing anything. That's why it's important if at all possible, to bring it around to top dead center. Otherwise, it's highly unlikely, but possibly run the risk of breaking a cam or the tray itself by putting it under too much stress. Yeah, see just a little bit of pressure right there. At this point, we can lift off, but I want to keep that as clean as possible. So let's start using our towels. All right, so here's what we're checking for. These tappets, they have grooves around the side and that teeny tiny little hole. And if you look in there on the head, you can see where it's got an oil passage that comes into the side of this lifter. And it has to fill up with oil before it really starts to, quote, quote, adjust and tighten up. Now, if these have oil in them, they're gonna have a little bit of a spring to them right now. But I'm betting that that is what was going on, what the customer was hearing. Not very much there, and a lot there. So this one and this one, they weren't pumped up yet. Let's check the exhaust side. Good amount. A lot. Not much. And what you should see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 valves, and I know that I can guarantee you we're tapping like crazy. So at this point, I can hazard to guess that we can go ahead and pull this down. We're not going to see any other, well, there was no problem to begin with. I doubt we're going to find or see any abnormal wear, because I'm betting that this thing only ran for 2 or 3 minutes. Now, had he run it for 15, would have never sent it back to us. So let's continue breaking it down. And if it checks out, then I'll share with you what we have planned for this one. Okay, I think we can safely remove the locking tool, and then let's go ahead and get our knock sensor and our starter off of it. And when you're breaking your engine down, either group it all together like I'm doing, or the safer move would be to bag up each section in a Ziploc right where it goes. Otherwise, it's all fun and games when you're breaking it down, but when it comes time to put it back together, you'll be like, now where did that bolt go? But if you stay organized as you're breaking it down, it'll make it a whole lot easier to put back together. Oh, one other note. Sure, you see me using my impact to pull a lot of this apart, and that's fine in my book. Do not use this to put it back together. Just no. Now, if you do get lost putting yours back together, just check out our exploded diagrams over on Partzilla.com and give you an exact picture of how it should go. All right, where do we leave off? Oh, head bolts. Let's get those 2 M8s on the end, and then we'll come through and loosen up our head bolts. Now, those are one-time use. We want to take those off, by hand instead of using an impact, because I do want to make sure that I do them in the reverse order of which they were tightened. And these are a 12 millimeter. So we're going to be on the outside and work our way in. Maybe a little overkill, but it's the right way to do it. Okay, let's go ahead and zip these out now. Oh yeah, piece of cake. Let's take a look down in there. Yeah, that has not been run very long. And watch this. Now that looks brand new. Wiped it right off. If they ran this thing more than 5 minutes, I'd be in shock. Had they run it 5 minutes more, chances are that would have pumped up that lifter, saved themselves a whole lot of trouble. So I can safely say that this is going to be a good candidate for our project. What we're going to do is upgrade its internals. We're going to swap out the connector rods for a set of Carrillos and then attach that to CP pistons and then hold it all together using APR studs, because this engine will be heading to an X3, which is going to go racing. Now we're going to be sending it out to one of our YouTube partners by the name of Michael Sabo. He had already built an engine for his. engine developed problems. Sometimes they do, no fault of his, but he's in need of another engine and is so busy he could really use a hand. And I told him I had one of these potentially sitting on the other side of that wall, and it turns out I do have a good candidate. So we're gonna help him out a little bit on this. So let's go ahead and remove our PTO cover and then get to that little pivot pin right here and get our tensioner guide out of the way. Now, this is just a cap or a cover. Then you reach in here with, looks like an M6. Then we pull out that pin. Now, at this point, we have several M6 bolts to remove. We'll get those done first. Then we'll flip it over, remove your lower oil pan, if you will. Although this is a dry sump. Have an oil filter. Go ahead and forewarn you, all these machine edges like little razors. So just make sure you've got a good grip on it as you're moving it around, because you let your hand slide, you're gonna get cut. All right, these are a little bit trickier to get to. All right, and let's go ahead and flip her all the way over. And then we got a couple of 8s. At that point, we can get the main crankcase bolts and we'll take them out working from the outside in, and then time to split the cases. Now these we are gonna loosen up with the breaker bar to begin with, and then we'll zip them out with the impact. Oh, and these are one-time use bolts as well. Let's go ahead and see if we can persuade her off of there. We can leave our old pump gears in place, because those are just intermediate gears, so there's no timing involved over here. So yeah, nothing but sealant holding it on now. I'm usually shocking it like that with a soft blow hammer is the best way to break it loose carefully. Oh yeah, she's done. Okay. There it is. That's cute. Yeah, I don't see anything at all that's scaring me. Let's go ahead and pop those out. Now, if you were going to reuse these, it would be very important to put them back exactly where they were coming out, but this is actually what we're in here to replace anyway. So we'll go ahead and knock them out. Oh, and this is a first. I actually found a use for a 9mm socket, because that's what that is. It's a 9mm 12-point. It only took 59 years for that to happen. I hadn't even started to wear in at all yet. These are what they call split type connecting rods. That's where they crack them. They only go back together one way. That ain't gonna matter because we're not gonna reuse them, but still interesting nonetheless. All right, guys, give me just a couple of minutes. I need to be able to lift the engine up a few inches to where I can get these pistons popped out. So we're just gonna use a couple of pieces of wood, cover them up to where we don't get any contaminants on the block, and then get them knocked out. All right, there it is. This is the assembly that we're gonna replace. All of that just to get these out. Well, there's 1, 2, and number 3. All right, guys, she's broken all the way down. About time to get it cleaned up and put it back together. Let's take a look at those parts that we're going to be replacing. Pistons. They look very, very similar, but the CP is roughly a half a point higher for the compression ratio. And the big difference is the webbing that goes around your wrist pin is much thicker, and that allows for an overall longer wrist pin. More surface area, it can handle more pressure, gonna last longer that way. Now, for the connecting rods, your biggest difference is your stock is what they call an I-type beam construction. The Carrillo is an H. So if you were to do a cross section here, you could see the H, and the I here as well. And the H is going to be stronger by a long, wide margin. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the stock components, but if you're going to push it a little bit harder, which we plan to do, we're going to need that additional strength out of that Carrillo rod. Last but not least, we are going to use a set of ARP studs versus the one-time use bolts to hold all this together. The big advantage, and I hope we don't have to ever use this, is you can retorque these several times before they have to be replaced. And it's debatable, but out of all the ones that I've installed, I've yet to pull them apart. So what I have to do next is very tedious, very time consuming, but also very necessary. Getting all of this RTV silicone off, there's no real easy way to do it. You can pull off a little bit of it, you're going to need to scrape off the rest and then do the final cleaning with either some type of acetone, or I'm going to be using contact brake cleaner. But that only takes off a small amount. This combination of all three of those processes is going to get this clean, but the real trick is here not to let any of this stuff get left behind, because if that gets pulled into the old system, we're going to have problems. And just like that, it's done. Now, how long did it take me to do this and the block over there? About 3 hours. So don't get in a hurry about this. And also, I went ahead and replaced the crankshaft bearings. I mean, did they have any wear on them? Well, no, but I'm in this deep, I can't help myself. So I went ahead and replaced them. That way we just have a brand new surface to run in and break in. So let's go ahead and move our bottom half of the case out of the way, bring over the main crankcase, and then we're going to start checking those piston rings and get them sized correctly for this build. Of course, new bearings on this half as well, and I was just checking a couple of different clearances with the crankshaft. That's why you see that red assembly lube. But we're more concerned about the cylinders right now. More exactly, the piston rings. All right, we're going to start with our top ring, and going by the CP Carrillo instructions, the gap needs to be as follows. We're going to go under the nitrous/turbo section, and what they want to see for the top ring is the bore, which is 2.9133 times 0.0055 inches. Now what that's going to yield is 16 thousandths clearance. So let's go ahead and get our ring in place, and we want to square it up, and to do that I'm going to use actually the old piston, although it looks brand new, and we're going to basically sink it, doesn't have to be far down, to about right here. That way it's square in the bore and we can get an accurate reading on it. So we're heading for 16 thousandths, and I pretty much guarantee you it's not going to be that much, because with a turbo engine you're going to have more clearance than you would say just with a stock normally aspirated street performance. So, and I did go back and look at that. For the street performance you're going to have around 12 thousandths. For drag racing, road racing, still normally aspirated, 13, 14, somewhere in there. So I'm betting we're going to at least be down into the 11 or 12 thousandths, and then we'll have to grind it down from there. All right, let's see if 12 would have cleared. No, it's catching just a little bit. So let's go to 11. And yes, 11 goes through with just a little bit of drag, and honestly, that's what I was expecting. So we need to take off about 5 thousandths to get that 16 to clear. So let's head over to our filer and start bringing it down. I always file mine down like they're facing up inside the cylinder bore, and I typically only work on that left side. I don't want to go back and forth because this already has a perfect square edge on it. And I just want to file this one back and then chamfer the edges to make sure there's no burrs on it before we put it inside the bore. All right, now we're going to take a file and just lightly hit that edge. That's all we're trying to do. And at this point, we just want to wipe that down, put it back into the bore, and then measure it again. So we were at 11. Let's see if 12 will go in now. 12 will go in, barely. Let's go up to 13. 1310, but just barely starting to catch. So what we need to do is head back over to the grinding wheel, take a little bit more off. Now I'm going to have to repeat this at least 3 or 4 times because I don't want to over grind it. Because if I go past that 16, there's no coming back, and then I'd need to get another set of rings. So it's the same process, just sneak up on it in incremental steps. 16, that's what we want. She's through. 17, this is the one we hope sticks. You can't quite go through, so we're good. Now our second ring, it doesn't matter which application we're going to be building the engine for. They're all 3 the same, and what they're looking for is a range of 0.004 to 0.008 more than our top ring, which was 0.016, so anywhere in that range. So given my particular set of feeler gauges, what we're going to aim for is 0.020. That's right at the bottom level. That's the one we barely want to drag through there, and we ought to be good to go. Typically, you never have to mess with these. Let's see if I'm right. And look at that, just barely slides through. So that one, we do not need to do anything to. Now the last one, we can check, but I've yet to see CP Carrillo ever miss on this as well. That's your oil rings, and they just want to see a minimum of 15 thousandths clearance. Once again, I've never had to modify that, but we will measure it just to be sure. Good to go. So this ring set is ready to go. I just need to do it 2 more times. Now as you're moving things around, just keep it in the same orientation, left or right from where it was, because that's the cylinders that they're sized to. So we're getting ready to attach our piston to our connecting rod, and with this piston, it's really not directional, but what I had read that most people do is on the bottom, you can see where it has CP stamped, and most people will point that toward the exhaust side, which in my case is going to be toward me from the way the engine is oriented on this table. So on a stock one, it has an arrow. This one, we're going to orient it to where that CP is going to point back or out to the exhaust side. Now it's the same thing with the connecting rods. They don't have an orientation, but what we're going to do is orient it to where all 3 Carrillo stamps are going to be going toward the PTO, which is toward the right side of the engine. So when we build ours up, each one is going to be built up the same, and that's the most important thing. So CP pointed toward my chest, which is the exhaust, Carrillo toward the PTO. First order of business, let's get in one of our circlips. There's like 5 different ways to do this. So I think what we're going to do is start it with it all the way down at the bottom and then work it around with our thumbnails. But what we don't want to do is have either one of our ends inside that little cutout. So that's where you would pry it out. That's what we want. Now it's dealer's choice here. You can use oil. I prefer to use some assembly lube, mainly because it's going to be several weeks before this engine gets started. Assembly lube is going to do a better job of staying in place versus oil, which can drain away. So we want to go ahead and get just a little light layer on the inside of the piston, on the wrist, get it pushed through there, and attach our connecting rod. Almost there. Some tight tolerances. Gotta love that. We are past that groove, so we are there. All we need to do is get in that second circlip. That's such a satisfying click sound when it pops into place. Now we can go ahead and get our rings on. Okay, the orientation from Can-Am. Top ring, face it toward one end of your wrist pin. Doesn't matter which way. So it's here. Your second ring, 180 out. And then your oil rings are going to be here and here. So really simple. Let's get our expander on first. I didn't see anything about the expander part of the ring, so we're going to have it like here. Bring in our lower one, and on these, we're just going to walk it in on that bottom edge and spiral it on. Let's go ahead and get our top O-ring in. Now our second ring, we want to go ahead, get a little bit of oil, and we just want to wet it all the way around. Now we should have a stamp with an N. We want that facing to the top of the piston. And we're going to end up facing this direction. So, test of how strong my fingernails are. Get down there. There we go. Now we can rotate it around. That's where it's going to end up. Now, let's get our top. Same thing with the oil. Just wet it. Find our mark in. We want that up. And this one I think we can pretty much spiral on. Alright, now you don't have to slobber the oil on. Just get a coat on it all the way around the skirt and around the dome. And that one is ready to go. Just need to grab our block and pop her in. Before we go, let's just do one final wipe of our cylinders. I mean, I'm sure they're clean, but not really sure. Lint-free towels if you can find them. We are going to leave the lower cap on the connecting rod bearing. Go ahead and get them in the cylinder, flip it over, then we'll go ahead and separate the cap. Now with that done, let's put a little bit of oil on the cylinder walls. You really don't have to go all the way down to the bottom because your pistons are going in from the top and those rings are going to push the oil down. Now as far as compressing the rings, there's a couple of different ways you can do this. There's some universal types that actually ratchet down and hold the rings in place. They do a pretty good job. I prefer the conical shaped compression tools. Wiseco makes a full set regardless of the diameter of your cylinder bore, and actually Can-Am makes one as well. I've got both, but I like the Wiseco. It has not failed me yet. It does a great job, especially with those really thin lower O-rings. They usually just pop right past that edge without getting hung up. But do be careful and do not force it. Otherwise, you'll be ordering a new set of rings. So, what we're going to do is bring it down to where the skirt is hanging down below the bottom edge of this. Then we will insert it and then tap it in there. Now, there's an oil squirter down inside of each cylinder that's facing up. Just don't hit that. And I do keep pressure down on the tool itself. All right, guys, that's the procedure, so let's keep going. Now let's flip it upside down, start getting crankshaft in there and get those connecting rods torqued down. Now when we pull off our end caps, we want to lay them out in order, of course, and in the same orientation that they're coming off. But before I remove them, I want to go ahead and mark them. Now they are stamped on the ends, but I want to go ahead and color code them. But we're going to lay them out, going left or right, and just don't mix them up. And it is also worth noting that there's a fair amount of torque on each one of these bolts when they ship them out. So hopefully you broke yours loose in a soft-jawed vise before you popped them in here. Otherwise, it's going to take a fair amount of effort. But mine are already loose. I just need to take them out and lay them out in order. They pre-lube them, apparently. Now these are a little bit tricky to get out. Most of them you would just hit on the side and they pop right off. These you have to kind of hit them up and out because they've got these alignment dowels. So just be aware of that when you're pulling these things off. Retrospect, if I had to do that again with the design of these, I'd take them off before. So we've got all our caps off. Let's go ahead and get our bearings in place. And did I really need to replace them? No, but I'd rather start fresh. So we're going to go ahead and get the top half popped in. Of course, you've got the tang, and it has to align right there. We'll put it on the edge and kind of push in here as we're pushing it down. That way it doesn't scar the end of it or scrape it. Use the bottom edge of a soft screwdriver just to seat it in there. That should do it. And these are all the same for the top and the bottom, unlike the mains, which of course have grooves on the bottom and they're smooth on the top. Put a little assembly lube or oil, depending on your preference, each one of the journals. We've already got it on our mains, so now we can bring over the crankshaft, lay it in place, put the other bearings on our caps, same way. I'm ready to put this together, and typically when I'm building an engine, I'll put plastic gauge in there just to make sure. But honestly, it's not really needed because they don't make any other bearing thicknesses for this particular engine. This is what you have. If we had to make any changes, we'd have to get the crankshaft ground down or built back up if the clearances weren't correct. But I tell you what, just to make everybody happy out there, I'll lay in some plastic gauge, do a quick torque on it, and then we'll look just to verify. But I'm telling you, it's going to be fine. So what we're going to do is do a preliminary torque of 10, then 18. Then we're going to do an angle. The recommended setting is 52 degrees. We're only going to take it to 48 because I don't want to overstretch the bolts. Now, if yours can't do degrees, you can take it in between 40 and 55 foot-pounds. Right now, we can back her out and see what we've got. Those alignment dials are great, but they're a little bit tricky to get out. There we go. All right, what we're looking for is we want it to be a little bit more narrow in between that 0015 and 002. So, I mean, we are right in there. We're a little on the tight side, but honestly, that's the way I want it because these are brand new bearings and they're going to wear in really quickly. There was nothing to be concerned about, but now we're absolutely certain. Now, just need to clean off that plastic gauge and put it on for real. Remember to get it off of the bearing surface as well as the crankshaft. And let's face it, plastic gauge, it's not exact. It's just getting you in the ballpark, and we're going to be fine on this one. Now let's do it for real. Now we had a little bit of lube on our bolts, but we're going to reapply it this time around. And you want it around the head, right up under the head, and then on the threads. We'll get it seated. We're going to go ahead and put the other two caps on. That way we can rotate it around to get it into good position where we can check each bolt stretch by using an ARP stretch gauge. So when we go and do each one for real, we're going to go back and verify it's stretching at about 6 thousandths, and that way we know it's at the correct torque. All right, before we tighten anything, we want to go in and zero our gauge. So we're good to go there. Let's see if we're close on the other one. So you'll need to do this for each bolt because see how that one's a little bit off? It's like 2 thousandths off. So you can't just set it once and forget it. Even as good as ARP is, there's going to be some variance. But we're starting over with this one. We'll check it one more time. Trick is to make sure you're in that dimple at the bottom. Yeah, we are at 0. So we're going to go through the torquing sequence. We're going to do 10 foot-pounds and then 18. We don't want to touch that one because we haven't zeroed it yet. And I'll bring it back to that 47, 48 and see where that gets us, because what we don't want to do is overstretch it. All right, and that is 48 degrees and it's saying 42.8 foot-pounds. So that's what it says it took it to. And our range on the foot-pounds was from 40 to 55. So pretty big range that it's looking for. Kind of surprises me. Let's see where we are. Well, that's scary. Here's the tricks. There it is. I was like, man, that's way off. But no, it's not. That is it. Right in the middle. So when it said 52 degrees, that was plus or minus 2 degrees. And I'm glad I started a little bit low at 48. So that's going to be our starting figure. And if I need to adjust a little bit more up or down on the other ones, that's what we'll do. But this little ARP device is a great lie detector, and this is going to help us dial it in right where ARP wants it to be. Let's do that to the other side and see where we end up. All right, 10 pounds coming up. 18. All right, let's do 48 degrees. So that's the real critical one there, is getting as close to 18 as possible, because from here on out, it's a degree. .48 degrees, 40 foot-pounds. A little bit lower on the foot-pounds, so I think that was a little bit more accurate on the low end. Now, fun part, let's see where we are. It's just a hair over 5, no, 5.5, so I am happy. So that 48, 49, that's where we're gonna wanna hit. So that's the procedure. Lather, rinse, repeat. Trick is here, just don't get in a hurry. Number 2 and number 3, they went together just fine. I thought for a moment that number 2 may have gotten overstretched, but it turns out it was within spec. There's a pretty big difference or variance that they give on the foot-pounds, but you need to be a little bit under it. Otherwise, you will overstretch them, I feel confident. All right, all that feels like it should, so let's press on. Matter of fact, since we're here, that's where the locking tool intersects on the crankshaft right here. It ends up right there to hold the crank at top dead center, on number 2 that is. All right guys, at this point, so we don't forget, let's go ahead and get in our timing chain. Now there's a certain pattern that they want to see for the sealant that's going to keep this from leaking. And then they actually want it laid out on this half. So let me move this over. Don't squish your chain doing this. Bring you over. And I want to go ahead and mark that. That way I can trace that pattern. And at that point, we can go ahead and marry the cases together. You can guess for the most part, but I don't need to guess because I've got the factory manual. Now here's the real trick. We want to get in between a 1/16 and an 1/8 inch bead all the way around there. Not too little, not too much. And just make dang sure you don't stop up this little passage over here. The good part is, you've got a few minutes. If you lay it down and the section has too much, grab a blade, scrape it off, and try it again. I think I'm gonna pull a little bit, pull it toward that side. I am scraping off some here because this is really easy to stop up or miss. All right, we can mess with this forever, but I think that's gonna do it. Let's get this little guy to stick in there. A little funky windage tray. All right, a little bit more lube over here. Let's go. Get her seated down. Looking good so far. Next, make sure that you're using new bolts for this part. We're just going to put a little bit of oil on the threads. Because these are one-time use. And of course, there is a sequence for this. In the first step, we're going to do just 15 foot-pounds going in that order. Second step is a torque angle at 150 degrees, plus or minus 5 degrees. That works out to about a little over 30 foot-pounds, so not that bad. All right, next, these are just a one-shot, 17 foot-pounds. And there's a sequence, believe it or not. Does this one first, then that one. Now, a whole bunch of small ones. We're starting with number 1 over here, and then 2 through 6 go in this direction. What is this, an E8? And we're going to switch over to our other torque wrench for this. And each one of those is going to be 80 inch-pounds or 9 Newton meters. And next, we have to get over on this side. this way. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's one more over on this side. 12. All right, kids, she is sealed back up. I can go through some towels, can't I? All right, guys, now that we've got things a little bit cleaned up and organized around here, let's flip it upside down one more time, put on the base, because we've got those filters to hold in place, and let's let gravity do the work for us without damaging our fingers or the chain or anything else. There we go. All right, let's wipe it down one more time, get any residual oil off. Bring in a few filters. Tell that's not a Honda. Be here for the next several hours. Okay, cleaned up. New gasket dropping in. Filters in place. I think we're good to go. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Honda, y'all take note. One length bolt all the way around. What a concept. All right, we're just going to seat them. And when we go to torque them, we're going to start in the middle and then work our way around. I don't like that. I remember when I pulled these out, there were a couple that were a little bit sticky. So we're going to pull this back off for a quick second and then run a cleaner through each one. I'm thinking back to when I built the R6, there were a couple that they should have been cleaned out. And I regret not going in and doing it before I got too deep into the rebuild. So we're not going to make that same mistake here. Because if there's any trash in here, which I think there is on a couple of these, it's going to give you a false torque reading. And more than that, it could mess up the threads. You can't really see it, but there's some junk on there. Now let's see what we've got. As it should be. All the way to the bottom and back, just using my fingers. So this may take a minute. There's evidently just a little bit of glue or something left in the threads that's causing it to bunch up right at the end. And we're just not having that. Not to mention, if there's any oil or anything else down in these, when you're driving that bolt in, I've seen it crack a block before. So make sure these are clean all the way in. It may have had thread locker on the other bolts. I don't remember seeing any, but and I could have just rammed them in, but it's not the way I'm pre-wired. And now I'm happy-ish. All right, now I think we can go. That's more like it. Yeah, these are going in a lot easier now. These go to 9 Newton meters. We're going to start in the middle and then work our way around. And since we're at it, I never drained this one, but if I don't put something on there, I'll always be wondering. We're going to put 18 on this just to make sure. I think we can spin her over one more time. The last time, probably. So we are going with ARP studs, and I do prefer to use a little bit of thread locker on my installations, and just barely on the end of the threads. Now you don't want to torque these down, you just want them down hand tight, but the real trick is, if you're going to use thread locker, you want to go ahead and be ready to install the head and get the nuts torqued down prior to it setting up all the way. All the way down to the bottom, back it up just a little bit. Quarter turn, that's what I usually do. And like I said, this is not required, it's just the way I prefer to do it. Yep. Okay. I'm just looking to make sure we had all of them down evenly, and we do. All right, I think it's time to get in our tensioner guide. Basically rides in there, and we've got this dowel that goes in, and then there's the cap that goes on there. And we do want a little bit of thread locker on here, more to seal it up than anything. That should do. Now we can put the PTO cover on next, but I think I'd rather go and get the head on, get it torqued, then we'll pop it on with a new gasket. All right, we're getting ready to bring in the washers and the nuts, but this is the important part. There's no way to measure these on a stretch to yield, so these are going to be torqued. And to get the most accurate torque that we can, we want to put that special lube that they send with the ARP studs around the top of the washer and then also into the threads of the nut itself. So it's got the least amount of resistance, so we're actually getting the full torque onto the stud itself. I love these little hand magnets. They make doing stuff like this so much easier. I don't wear gloves often, but I am for this because it gets messy. So there is a sequence, of course, so we're just going to write it on the head. They go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's where I would have done it differently. Everybody else that I've always seen goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then works their way out. If you are replacing your just regular bolts, you would take them to an initial setting of 15 foot-pounds and then 150 degrees. That's where you would end up with these. But in my case, we're going to end up with 60 foot-pounds total, and we're going to do that in increments of 20. So we're going to go all the way around at 20, then to 40, and then we're going to finish at 60 foot-pounds. All right, guys, just those 2 bolts down on the end, get those torqued down. We're going to tighten them to 9 Newton meters. Now we can start installing the camshafts, but before we bring them over, let's go ahead and put a little bit of lube on each one of these tappets. Just like I said, it's going to be a few weeks before this engine is going to be started, and I trust this stuff to stay in place a lot better than just using engine oil. When you lay these in place, it isn't hypercritical, but make sure your cams are at least pointing in the right direction as far as their timing marks right here. Now, before we bring over the top cap, go ahead and lube up your journals. I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and hit these as well. Now we can bring over the holder. I'm going to replace those gaskets. Now I'd already popped in the new ones on the bottom side. They're all 6 identical. Now your bolts are all the same, but the tightening sequence is a 2-step. Now we're going to be tightening the center section to 5 Newton meters. Then we're going to come back, take that same section at the same sequence to 9 Newton meters, and then we're going to go around the outside in 1 step to 9 Newton meters. And the sequence is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8 out here. All right, so let's do all of that again to 9 Newton meters. Basically, the first time around, that just seats everything down in place, and then the second time around, torques it. Now let's get our last 8 in there, and we just take them directly to 9 Newton meters. Actually, it's 9 Newton meters plus or minus 1 Newton meter, so let's take it to 9.5. Next, let's get this thing timed up. So we've got it pretty close with the marks, but this is going to hold it to where it can't move. All right, at this point, we do not want our other guide in place because we want to pull up to get all the slack out of the chain on this side, then bring it over, and it'll be slack, of course, on the tensioner side. That feels right. Now, at this point, we can bring our guide in. And we're going to go ahead and let some oil run down onto the guide so it didn't dry on startup. So we'll go ahead and do the other side as well. Now we can put in our upper guide, then we can bring in our tensioner. bring in our cat bolt, get it started, then we're going to torque it to 17 plus or minus 2 Newton meters, so we'll take it to 18. Not a whole lot, but that'll be enough. All right, at this point, we can take off our tools. Don't forget to put that plug back in there. When we pull this one apart, it didn't have that crush washer, which really doesn't matter because you're supposed to put on a new one each time. Magic number on this is 10 Newton meters. All right, there's a little bit of surface rust on the end of the crankshaft, and I really should have addressed it sooner. But what I'm going to do is use some emery cloth, but I'm not actually using this side with the abrasive on it. I'm using the back side with valve lapping compound because all I want to do is clean this up. So give me a second to scrape this off, get it cleaned back up, and then we'll put that PTO cover on. There we go. All right, put a little bit of oil on our surfaces. And I believe there's an up section, yep, top. Now these had some Loctite on them. Let me go clean these up on the wire wheel. A little bit of Loctite on the threads. Now we want this to be facing top, but the top's going to be a little bit off to the right. Now we've got it lined up. Now a tightening sequence to 23 Newton meters is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 at the top. Next, let's get on our oil tank cover tightening sequence. We're going to start up here, go all the way around, and end here. And we start off at 5 Newton meters, and then we take it a second round, same sequence, to 9 Newton meters. All right, I am not going to move this over yet because I'm actually shipping this engine out. So it'll be packaged alongside of it. So we'll just have that covered up before it gets shipped out. But I'm not going to transfer it over there just yet. All right, up next, I think we're down to a knock sensor, a starter, and a valve cover. Did I put plugs in this thing? Yeah, plugs are still in it. So let's go ahead and get our knock sensor back in place. A little bit of Loctite, and we'll take it to 23 Newton meters. Tell you what, since we're on this side of the engine, let's go ahead and get our starter on. And we are going to put a little bit of thread locker on these and then take them to 9 Newton meters. All right, before I forget it, let's get this guy back on. Get in our cam holder gaskets. Then we have a new gasket going on our valve cover, and it's already on. Let's close her up. We're going to take these to 9 Newton meters. Well, all right, guys, there you go. I think this one's going to be ready to go for Mr. Sabo. All I got to do now is just box it up and ship it out to him. Well, listen, if you need these or any other parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at CV axles, how they work, why they sometimes fail, and some of the warning signs they may be giving you that you need to take care of immediately so they don't fail prematurely. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. All right, the number one killer of CV axles is usually a torn boot. Once the boot tears, you get foreign material inside, starts to prematurely wear it, and then it's going to fail. Now, what is the second biggest killer of CV axles? Well, it's too much torque trying to get transmitted from one end to the other, and sometimes it's torque at the wrong angle. Now, when I'm talking about torque, look at it in this way. If this is your standard wheel diameter out here, and this is your axle point, it takes a certain amount of torque, or you can apply a certain amount of torque to that nut in the middle. Now, if you wanted to apply more, well, you would extend that out further, like that. Now, think about what that hub is having to do to push the outside of the tire if it's been moved from here all the way out to here. If you go with a larger tire, it's putting more stress on it because the torque is increased because the distance is further from the center of the hub. Now, as far as the angle, when you go to lift your machine, if your axles are sitting at, I don't know, somewhere around here, and then you're asking the joints to go down to here, well, that's going to change the pivot point or the pivot angle, and that'll sometimes rip the joint apart as well. Now, I have two examples of axles that have failed that I picked up at the dealership. I actually don't know exactly what happened to them, but what we're going to do is go ahead and open them up, take those boots off, take a look inside to, one, show you how they operate, and two, see if we can determine how they failed. We'll start off with the one that is ripped. So let's open it up. Now, I've got a couple of different types of pliers, crimpers, and we're going to see if we can just remove them without having to actually rip them off. I mean, if we have to, it's no great loss. But for the most part, a lot of your clamps can be removed and then reused. All right, this axle, we should be able just to remove it. Now you look at that one area right here, you can grab it on either side, push it together, tightens up the clamp, then I should be able to pull this up over that one little hook right there. So let's see if we can get this one to let go. There we go. Now, how simple was that? Now the second one should be the same thing. A lot simpler than trying to break them off. We'll try it on the other one. Oh yeah, this one's definitely the right one to use for removing. Let's see if we can get it to pop back on. Now all we should have to do is just pinch it back in and then use our finger to push it over that edge. It's just that simple. You can go ahead and try to wrench them off yourself with a pair of pliers, but I'd rather do that. A whole lot simpler. All right, let's see what we have behind door number 2. I'm just breaking the seal on that inner part. There we go. Oh, all right. She is definitely separated from that outer hub. So what we're going to see here are the actual bearings and the carrier that holds them together. So what I'm thinking happened is it was overextended and actually pulled out of the carrier. But let's get this cleaned up to where I've got a really clear picture as to what's going on, and then I'll show you how it actually works. What you had was this carrier that went around this inner cuff, and this one time held each one of these bearings in line with this. Now what more than likely happened, this exceeded the angle at which it was designed for, and at that angle it ended up snapping the carrier, and then choop, chaos ensued. From what I can tell, it wasn't on there for very long, so my guess is, and this is an aftermarket axle, more than likely They broke the OEM, replaced it with a aftermarket that wasn't quite up to the job, and then broke that too. So if you're going to modify your machine with larger tires and different angles, go ahead and get the best that is available out there. Otherwise, you're just going to keep doing this over and over and over again. Was it this axle's fault? No. You were just asking more than it could deliver. It's pretty simple. Now let's put this out of the way, take a look at our other one, and see what happened in there. Because 90% of the time, it's the outside that fails, like it did here. This one has an issue with the inside, and that's why I picked that one up. So let's open it up and see what happened in there. I mean, it doesn't feel, it was a little bit funky. The boot is certainly twisted, but it's not like it jumped position on the inside. I can only assume it was making some rather strange noises, and that's why the guys needed to replace it. And yes, we should be able to open this one up as well. Looks like we're going to reach all the way out here to do it. Whew. That was a fair amount of effort on my part. She didn't want to let go. So I don't quite have the kung fu grip I used to. All right, let's open this thing up. that can be an issue. Another hyper-extended one. It's more than likely it extended, popped out, rotated, kind of scrunched up the boot. Could have kept going on this one. Certainly not anything as traumatic as what we're seeing on the other. But I'm looking through a whole wall of grease here. How about we clean that up, see if it tells us a different story. Oop, see a crack, I think. Now here's what piece I want to inspect the closest. See if we can catch anything has gone or about to go wrong. Let me go see if I can knock this off. We'll finish pulling it apart, clean it up, and see if we can find out what let go. This one had some time on it, at least. My guess is it was starting to make some annoying noises. This is when I wish I knew what machine, or more importantly, the modifications to whatever machine these came off of. But honestly, I can kind of guess. I mean, you can already look at that. You can tell me what happened. Overextended. Popped it out of the socket. Yeah, sure, it went back in. Kinda. I would imagine with the wear pattern I see there, it was running at the very edge. And then eventually, that started making some noise. Kind of surprised it didn't fly, and it probably did fly all the way out, and they just crammed it back in there to at least make it up to the dealership, you know, or get the side-by-side off the trailer. I mean, these things have a certain range that they can deal with as far as the travel, how far they're going in and out of that joint, depending on what angle that they're at. This was a little too far. I almost wonder if you would have gone with just a little bit more, a little bit longer axle, if that would have that would solve the situation on this. When I say a little bit, I'm talking, 5, 10 millimeters. So stock +1, kind of like going for an overbore when you're boring a cylinder. Completely different, but yeah, you get my meaning. You're needing to go to the outer range or the upper range for an extension. Otherwise, you're doing some creative machine work, machining. So how can they get around this? Well, if you're going to modify your machine, and I'm betting that both of these machines, they were both modified. If you're going to change the travel distance or the angle or your tires, you have to take into account the geometry and the other forces that are going to be impacted on your axle or the rest of your drivetrain in general. So you can't just replace what's in front of you with that new shiny pair of rims and tires. You need to think about what's going to happen further into the system itself and the equipment. If it's not designed to handle or turn that large of a wheel, then you need to change it to where it can handle it. Not just change them out, but you need to do the research to make sure whatever you're putting in there is going to be able to handle that angle and that amount of torque that you're trying to apply to them. Well, listen, if you need these or any other parts or tools for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. Have any questions or comments about this video? Leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on or talking about next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all take care.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. And today we're going to be working on yet another project on our 2016 Yamaha YXZ1000R. And as you can tell, we've already done several projects already. One of those being we've upgraded the frame to a 2019. But before we actually put everything together, we put in a frame strengthening kit to make it even stronger. Now also, we went through the engine, dropped the compression from 10.5 down to 9.5 to 1. Also, we've gone through the transmission and done a gear reduction kit. Now, why did we go through all this preparation? Well, it was leading up to this. On this table is an entire GYTR Yamaha turbo kit. Now, there's only one part number, but as you can see, there's a whole bunch of parts under that number. Now, the kit I decided to go with is actually the version 1 from GYTR. The reason I did that is, well, I kind of like the thought of the larger turbo matched with those equal length headers for this particular setup. Now, the installation for version 2 for the newer models, it'll be very similar to what I'll be doing, so you should be able to follow along to get your kit installed. Now also, this kit already comes with a pre-programmed ECU. However, we have changed the compression ratio inside of the engine, so that'll have to be tweaked before we can actually get the maximum output for this particular engine. Well, Yamaha was nice enough to do a printout of every single thing we're going to need to do to accomplish this installation. It's only 12 pages, 51 different items. How tough can it be? Well, now that I've got my instructions on my parts laid out, all I need to do now is open up my toolbox and we can dive into this project. So let's go. All right, guys, step one, we need to get this radiator up front. And believe it or not, try as you might, it will not wiggle its way in. The only way you can get it back into this cavity is to pull one of the shocks and just lay them out of the way temporarily. Now, these are the original shocks. However, I did upgrade the springs to a set from Eibach. Now, if you've got an older unit like I started with, you need to pay extra special attention to your suspension components and make sure they're up to the task. I had to replace most of mine, but most importantly, you want to make sure your bushings are in good shape on all your different pivot points. Also, you'll notice on this one, we have much beefier CV axles all the way around. I mean, with the kind of power that this machine is going to make, it's only as good as the strongest link in your chain, and that is one of the final links before it makes it out to the tires. So just make sure your machine is going to be up to the task when you add a turbo to it, because it's going to stress everything else probably a little bit further than it was initially designed for. So like me, you'll probably save yourself a whole lot of headache by upgrading it now instead of breaking it later and then upgrading it. Now she'll just slide straight in there-ish. All right, guys, there's 3 attachment points. Basically, you've got these 2 bolts that came with the kit. And the third point is right up here, but that gets sandwiched in your voltage regulator rectifier. And when you're remounting the shock, make sure you torque it to 47 foot-pounds. All right, guys, my next step is I have to remount the footwell so I can see where to notch out for the 2 radiator hoses to be routed through on the driver's side. The hoses are going to come through here, so we need to take out this one little section of webbing so there's enough clearance. Now, if you're watching this and you're saying, well, I don't have that particular beam on my frame, well, no, you wouldn't, because this is part of that frame strengthening kit that I mentioned in the intro. But regardless, we need to take out this section right here where the hoses can go through. These hoses are already cut the length, believe it or not. 68.5 and 112, 3/4 inch. And 44 goes to the top of your radiator, well, heat exchanger, and 43 goes down to the bottom. All right, guys, as it shows on the diagram, the longer hose, which is 44, is toward the outside of the rail. 43 is on the inside. Loops up here, goes up over the drive shaft, and actually I think that's the rear brake line. And then we're going to zip tie it up to that center section, as well as right here to hold it in place. I wouldn't zip tie it tight in place until we get it connected back at the back, and that'll give us our final lengths. All right, guys, we're going to install our water pump using the 53 and 54 nut and bolt, and it's right up under the driver's seat on that lower frame rail. So on Yamaha's diagram, it shows the long hose to the outside. I disagree. It's not the first time I've disagreed with somebody's instructions. So I'm putting the short hose on that side because that way it lines up better going to the water pump. Trick of the trade, a small spray of contact cleaner will help get these hoses on. Just be sure, because once they're on, they're not going to want to come back off. Next, we're going to take the 3/4 inch, 56 inch long hose, route it up next to that longer 110, and attach it to the water pump. Actually, you want it this way. All right, guys, I think we've got it routed correctly. There may be a few adjustments we'll have to do once the plastics start coming into focus. But for right now, let's go ahead and drop it down. And then we can put those last 2 clamps on the radiator / heat exchanger itself. Then go on to the next step. All right, guys, since we're right here, let's go ahead and connect up our wiring, even though our battery's not in place yet. But this is the cable they provide to go to it. This already has your plus and your minus, and already has a fuse built into it, so it's good to go. We're just going to leave this in place and get it connected later. All right, guys, we've got our hoses in the general area that they're going to end up. This one heads over to the pump. This one is the long one that's going all the way up front to the radiator. Now it's time to go ahead and put our turbo on our intake manifold and then get that mounted to the engine itself. Let's go ahead and get our gasket in place. Make sure it's clean. Kind of tight in here. All right, next, let's just get everything snugged down, and then we're going to use one of our Motion Pro tools to hold this wrench to get in there to those ones we can't get a torque wrench directly on. Well, honestly, there's only one that we can use just a regular extension. The other 3 will have to use this adapter to get that torqued. And that is important because each one of these need to go to 18 foot-pounds. Now we're going to make a couple of passes when we do that just to make sure, because we are compressing a metal gasket. All right, everyone's seated. Let's go around and get them torqued. We'll do the easy one first. Now the trick to using one of these is that you need to make sure that you're at 90 degrees to it. So right there, that's where it needs to be. And that distance won't matter. All right, that's all four, but let's go back and check each one to make sure they're all at the right torque. See there, it took a little bit more as we were compressing that metal gasket. All right, guys, I think we're ready to go. Let's get it put on the machine. I want to go ahead and prep these studs. I prefer to use a high temp anti-seize spray, just a little bit. Not that I'm being pessimistic, but in case we ever want to take this apart, this may make it possible. All right, next, let's get in our exhaust gaskets. Now let's bring her up into position. All right, let's go ahead and get these started. As we're working these down, you can count on having to go back and forth a few times before everything gets compressed into place and torqued down, because we want to end up with a final torque of 14 foot-pounds. And I've heard or read that after about 100 miles, we need to come back and re-torque these, probably a couple of times. But right now, let's get them all just seated, and then we'll break out the torque wrench. It amazes me how much weight is just hanging off that engine now. Like I said, we'll have to make a couple of passes because we're compressing down those gaskets. So we've got everything torqued down. Let's head over to the other side of the engine where we're going to remove one of the oil passageway plugs, and we're going to put in a flange bolt for our oil line. And don't forget your crush washer. And we've got it in there snug. Let's torque it to 8.7 foot-pounds. Now don't just guess at this, because this is a hollow bolt. And if you're wrong, you're going to snap it. All right, guys, let's get in our first oil line to that fitting that we just installed. So the 90-degree bend goes to the turbo. The 45 heads over here, because when you install the throttle bodies, it would hit the 90-degree one. Now let's get our throttle bodies on, make sure everything clears. And this is not easy, by the way. Yeah, good luck on doing that without a little bit of contact cleaner to get it to slide on. Whew. Now the question is, am I hitting there, or do I have a teeny bit of clearance? Good to go. Now let's get our throttle body boots tightened down, which will be more important now than ever because we're going to be under pressure. Question is, how many PSI are we going to go for? 6, 8, 12? Get it reprogrammed for 16 or 18 and have to run race fuel? Nah, we probably won't take it that far. If you went with the bigger injectors and put in the race fuel, you could get 350 horsepower, if not more, out of it. But your reliability would just have to go through the floor with that, and that's not what I want. And I'm not racing it anyway. This is just to give it a little bit more pep in its step. Next, let's get in our oil drain flange with its gasket, and it goes to the bottom of the turbo. And we're going to torque these bolts to 18 foot-pounds. Now let's get our oil drain line attached, and we just want to point it back in this direction for right now. I guess we'll go ahead and tighten that up. If we need to loosen it, we'll loosen it. All right, next let's get our 40-inch coolant line, and it heads right here. And then our 38 line goes over on the other side. All right, guys, as you can see, I am struggling in vain trying to get this one fitting to tighten up. So what we're going to do is release this arm, bring the box end of the wrench all the way up on the hose itself, then get it tightened up. Then we're going to put that arm back on very carefully and then get the circlip back in position. All right, next let's get our turbo outlet pipe along with its associated gasket on there. I'm not going to torque these yet. I'm going to address putting on the exhaust later, but for right now we're going to skip over that and head on to the next step, which is, believe it or not, to remove this timing cover or bolt, if you will, because that is where the old drain line is going to attach to the engine. Pretty creative if you ask me. So you've got the adapter, then you have this 5mm spacer, which also will seal it up, as it is made out of aluminum or aluminium. Make Jeremy happy. There. Well, I'm glad I've got the exhaust off. It'd be all in my way right now. Careful right here, don't let it cross thread on you. There's not a lot of clearance. All right, next we're going to reroute this idle air control line under the throttle bodies and then up in between the intakes for cylinder 2 and 3. Now when we get it up there, we want to actually cut off right before it goes into the turn. All right, guys, a little bit more cutting. We're going to come in and cut this, and then we're going to leave 2 straight sections, and this is what's going to attach to our 2 coolant lines that are still hanging over there. All right, so we're going to bring our 40-inch in here. And then the 38 to the top one. That should do. All right, next we just need to remove our intake air temperature off of our old air box and just transfer it over after we clean it up just a little bit. All right. Next we just need to install the nipple on our intake manifold. Now we just want to hang these on there loosely, oriented like this, so we can get to them to tighten them down. All right, let's get her popped on there. All right. Let's tighten down those clamps. Next, we need to get this little support bracket in place. Now, they'd already sent this particular nut and bolt, which is a locking type, and the one I'm going to use up top, which they did not provide, is going to have a lock washer as well. Now, if yours doesn't, you need to put some Loctite up there. Actually, this bolt will go through the old tank, but I don't have that mounted right now. We're going to temporarily put it in place. That way I can get the rest of the plumbing done without disturbing the boots. Very good. Right, next, they want you to put the boost pressure hose to that nipple that we installed earlier. Now we're just going to attach it with a zip tie to keep pressure on it. All right, next, let's go ahead and get our first 90-degree silicone elbow on. We're going to go ahead and put on a second clamp, but that'll be tightened down later when we get our air cooler in place. All right, next we want to remove this map sensor on the back and replace it with a 3-bar unit. On this kit, I believe that's number 20. All right, guys, we're getting ready to install the air cooler, but before we do that, I did a test fit, and this first hose that goes into it, it needs to be cut down, otherwise it pushes out too far. And it turns out that this hose is just a little too long, because if we mount it uncut, it pushes everything too far. So I've got it marked. Let me get this cut, take out about 1 inch, and then we'll start assembling it. All right. Now let's see what we've got. Okay, much more like it, because your attachment points are right here. And now it lines up like it's supposed to. It just took a little bit of trimming to get it to go in there right. I think it's safe for us to go ahead and tighten these down now. Personally, it bothers me to have this much thread hanging out, but these are the bolts that they sent. Now let's get in there and tighten up a couple of clamps. In the kit, you know, she had 3 90-degree elbows. 2 of them were the same, and then you had one that goes from a 2.5 down to a 2. Of course, that goes over to the turbo side. All right, need a little bit more distance here. Okay, once you push these on, don't push too far, because getting them to come back is not easy. Now we got it. All right. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes just to get my oil tank remounted, because I want to be at the same point as you are in your install, because, of course, we're in the middle of doing a frame swap, and I never had installed the oil tank. But now I need to go ahead and put it in place, and then we'll modify the hoses accordingly and get that new catch can and separator installed. All right, guys, we're ready to go now. Let's go ahead and remove these 2 hoses along with the oil separator. Break that seal loose, and then she'll come off. All right, with the oil separator out of the way, we're going to use its mounting place for the cooling surge tank. Before you tighten this down, make sure you've got a little bit of clearance in between it and the intake box. All right, so we've taken away the old separator mounting place. The new separator will be mounted against this wall once that's installed. And now, let's get these protective caps cut off. Now this is going to be hose number 41, which I believe is 11 inches long, and it's a 3/4. All right, remember our hoses from so long ago that we ran from the front of the vehicle? Well, now we finally get to connect them. So 44, which was the really long one, will head to the bottom of the heat exchanger, and the other one that comes off the pump goes to the cooling surge tank. Yeah, I'm zip tying this in place, but honestly, I won't know if these are permanent until I get everything put back on. But this is generally the way you're going to want it routed. Of course, you want to keep as far away from the turbo as you can, because a lot of heat gets generated from it. So keep that particular hose as far away as it'll let you. All right, guys, you need to pay attention at this point. That brand new radiator cap that they sent, it does not go on this particular tank. It actually goes on your radiator. Now, the one that's on your radiator right now, you pull it off and put it on this tank. Now, this will get installed on the radiator once I reinstall it. So now we get to deal with the idle air control hose setup. All right, remember when we cut that one section up here? Well, now we take this 1/2 inch to 3/8 adapter and attach it to the end of this hose. Then you take hose number 60, which is 8 inches long, 1/2 inch. Attach it to the other end of the barb. Now we take the 4-inch, 1/2 inch hose and go into this T. The 5-inch to this side of the T, and then bring that back in to the 8-inch. is where you end up like this. And we're going to add zip ties in a little bit, but let's get everything in position before we lock it in. All right, give me a minute while I reinstall my air cutoff valve. All right, let's get this hose off our air injection valve, because that one is going to head over.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just